will be a StarFreelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
So, you're interested in data analytics and you're not too sure where to start. Well, this is a course for you. Welcome to Python and Tableau, the complete data analytics bootcamp. In this course, you will learn Python and Tableau, two powerhouses in the data analytics and data science community. The best part about this course is that it's so practical. You will work on real-life projects and get to publish your work online so that your friends, co-workers, and anyone else can see. You also get to share your work on your resume. Like I said, we're going to learn to analyze data with Python through a platform called Anaconda. And then we're going to visualize this data with Tableau. Python is quite the popular programming language. It is high level, versatile, and it's useful at analyzing data, cleaning data, and also data science. We're going to be coding in Python through Anaconda. Anaconda is a popular Python distribution platform used everywhere in the world. We're also going to build some pretty cool dashboards using Tableau Public, the tool that is also quite popular in data visualizations. Tableau Public is a 100% free tool which allows you to connect to flat files, build dashboards, and publish your work online. So with that, what exactly are we going to be doing? We're going to be working on a sales analysis for a popular retail company called Value Inc. Here we use Python to clean our data, and we use popular libraries like Pandas. We also learn how to work with data frames, perform calculations, and much more. We are then going to extract the data to Tableau to create a dashboard for the sales manager of Value Inc. We're also going to be working on a loan analysis for a bank. Using Python and Tableau, Blue Bank wants to see an analysis of people who have taken loans but may have issues paying back. And finally, we're also going to be doing a sentiment and keyword analysis for BlogMe, a blogging website that would like us to analyze some news headlines and extract a sentiment from these articles. This course is really practical. We get straight into the project and learn on the go, which is actually how real developers learn. I'm so excited for this. Thank you so much for choosing the course, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Let's get to it. Bye. So, what is Python? Python is a general purpose, interpreted, interactive, and object-oriented high-level programming language. It was created by Guido van Rossum during 1985 to around 1990. Can be used to create a variety of different programs and isn't specialized for any specific problems. This versatility, along with its beginner friendliness, has made it one of the most used programming languages in the world. When I say Python is an object-oriented language, basically what I mean is that it binds together the data and the functions to operate on them. This language allows to break the program into bite-sized problems that can be easily solved, one object at a time. Python has become one of the most popular programming languages in the world. It's used in everything, from machine learning to building websites to software testing. It can be used by developers and non-developers alike. Python is commonly used for developing websites, software, task automation, data analysis, which is what we're going to be doing, and data visualization. Now, what is Tableau? Well, Tableau is a business intelligence tool for visually analyzing the data. Users can create and distribute interactive and shareable dashboards which depict the trends, variations, and density of data in the form of graphs and charts. Tableau can connect to files, relational, and big data sources to acquire and process the data. There are a lot of connectors in Tableau. The software we'll be using is Tableau Public, where we can only just connect to flat files and we can only save our workbooks or save our work online. This is because it's a 100% free tool. Now, Tableau supports some powerful data discovery and exploration that enables users to answer important questions in seconds. Tableau is also designed for the business user. You don't need any programming knowledge, and users without relevant experience can start immediately with creating visualizations on Tableau. Now, the cool thing about Tableau is that it allows its users to create all kinds of dashboards and analyze their data in every aspect. So in this course, we'll be working on Python and Tableau together we'll do Python in the first half of the course, and the second half of the course will be Tableau. Thanks so much for joining me. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hi, welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture, we are going to be installing Anaconda for Windows. So if you are a Windows user, please continue watching. If you are a Mac user or iOS user, the next lecture will have the iOS installation. Right, so for Windows, you can open your internet browser, whether it's Google Chrome or Internet Explorer. And I want you to search for anaconda.com/products/individual. So that's the link. And once you're in this landing page, you can click download. So this will obviously make you download the most recent version, which is what you generally want. Okay, and once it's downloaded, you're going to navigate to wherever the file is usually stored. So in this case, in Windows, it would be stored in your downloads folder. Right, and this is it, Anaconda 3. And once you're ready, you can double click the download file. Okay, when you double click it, the usual process happens. You get your installation wizard. And I want you to click next. This is the license agreement, which you can have a read. And when you're ready, you can click I agree. And then the installation type, you can just select just me. Okay, this of course is for beginners. And then the install location, unless you have any preferences, this is the default that Anaconda usually recommends. So you can either you change it or you can leave it. You do need about 3 GB of space available. But if you're just downloading it for this course and maybe you won't really touch Python too much, you can either uninstall it at a later stage. But when you're ready, click next. Okay, and then in the advanced installation options, you're given 2 options here, whether to add Anaconda 3 to my path environment variable or to register Anaconda 3 as my default Python 3.9. So we are going to select the second option, okay, just because it's recommended. This course is for beginners as well. Later on, when maybe you're a bit more advanced in Python, you want a virtual environment, etc., you can choose the first option. But for now, we're doing the second one. And when you're ready, we can install it. Okay, it will then download the necessary files. And eventually, once it's completed, you can select next. Awesome. You can either select these or don't. Doesn't really matter. We're not really going to be concentrating on that. But once you're done, you can click finish. And then also you can go ahead and search for Anaconda Navigator on your computer and double click to open it. So once you search over here for Anaconda and you find it, you can double click to open it. And this is the Anaconda home page. All right, so it has a lot of different applications. You can see, I'm sure if you have done some research on Python, you would have heard of Jupyter, which is quite a popular IDE. I will be using Spider just because Spider by default, the layout of Spider is just a bit more easy to learn with, specifically for what we're doing. Okay, and then once you find Spider, you can click launch. It does take a few seconds to launch. And when it does launch, you'll see this. Okay, you might not get the black background. I am on dark mode. Or you might get it, I'm not too sure. But this is Spider. Awesome, right. So if there are any issues, Anaconda does have some good documentation on their website if you are experiencing any issues. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone. So in this lesson, what we're going to be doing for Mac users is installing Anaconda. So if you are a Windows user, you can check it out in the previous lecture. However, for Mac, we are going to be installing it right now. So on your internet browser, you can go to anaconda.com/products/individual. And we are going to be downloading the individual license for Anaconda. So Anaconda is a free platform for individual users. And I want you to, once you load the landing page, click on download. It's about 0.5 gigabytes of space. Okay, and then once you've downloaded it, it should appear in your downloads folder or wherever your downloads generally go to. And then just double click on the installation file. Okay, and then it takes you to the installation wizard. So over here, it's quite basic. You can just read through the instructions and then follow the buttons. So I'm going to press continue. Okay, this is the terms and conditions that you'll read through, and when you're ready, you can press continue. Okay, and then this is a software license agreement that you should read. And when you're ready again, you can press continue. Okay, it will ask you to agree or disagree. Obviously, you have to agree to continue. Okay, and then this is the last step. I think it asks you for control over the system UI server. Anaconda is obviously a very popular product. There's no sort of security issues there, so you can give it the access it needs. So you can press OK. And then it should be downloaded. So once it is complete, or the installation is complete, you can go to your search bar. So your search bar is generally on the top, and just search for anaconda.navigator and open it, and you should see something like this. Okay, and then I also want you to just launch Spider. So Spider will be the IDE we'll be using to run Python. So your IDE is your development environment. So when you find Spider in Anaconda, I want you to just click on it. Okay, and this is Spider. It should look quite similar. All right, and then once it's ready, we also want to actually install PIP or pip. And PIP or pip is a package for Python where you can actually use it to install other libraries in Python. And libraries, we'll chat through libraries a bit more later on in the course, but libraries are just prepackaged code that you could reuse, essentially. So we are going to install pip quickly. So I want you to open up your search bar on the top right. All right, and then just search for terminal. So you're going to use your Mac terminal and open terminal. Okay, so once terminal is open, you should have something like this. I want you to type in to the console conda space install space pip. So just like how I have it here. So conda space install space pip. Okay, and then I want you to just type enter or press enter. Now it's going to give you some detail on PIP and it's asking you to proceed. So I want you to say yes or just type in Y and enter. Okay, so just like how I've done it here. And then type in enter and then it installs PIP. Okay, so PIP we are going to be using a bit later in the course. Awesome. All right, that's the installation done, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi, welcome back. So in the last few lectures, we have downloaded and installed Python using Anaconda. And in this lecture, we are going to download and install Tableau Public. Now, we're only using Tableau in the second half of the course, but it's really good to get all the downloads and installations done now. So I want you to go to the link public.tableau.com, or you can search on Google Tableau Public, and then just click on the first link that shows up. And download the app. You just need to input your email address. and click download. Alright, and once it's downloaded for Tableau, it's pretty simple. You just follow the instructions via the installation wizard and you're good to go. Okay, and once the download has appeared in your downloads folder, so whether it's Windows or Mac, it's the same process. Double click on your installation file. And once you're there, I already have Tableau Public installed, but once you double click on your installation file, like I said, follow the instructions and Tableau will be installed. Okay, so once you have done with the installation file and installation wizard, just search for Tableau Public and click on it and just make sure it opens. Okay, and this is it open. Everything looks good, so we're good to go. With that being said, I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. So I wanted to give you maybe a short description on how the course is structured and what sort of documentation you may need going forward. So we've downloaded Python on Windows or Mac, depending on what you used, and we're going to use Spider, and we've all launched Spider. We know it's good, we know it works. We've also downloaded Tableau Public as well. So the additional things you need to just make sure you have is the project brief and the lecture slides. So this would be available in your lecture descriptions below or your class info. So just make sure you have it and you download it. The project brief will have all the data sets and links to the data sets, and I think we used logos as well. And the lecture slides, we don't really use it in the course, but it is just all of the theory you may need in the course. It's just for you to refer back to in future and for you to reference. So those are the lecture slides. And then the course will be structured in two halves. So the first half is just Python, and then the second half would be Tableau. So example, like our sales project that we're going to be working on, we'll do the Python part of it on Anaconda, on Spider, and then the whole data visualization side of that project we'll be doing on Tableau. All right, and then let me just quickly show you the project brief. Okay, so this is a project brief. This is what we'll talk through at the start of every project. The project brief just gives you a brief description of the project and its requirements, the data set as well, so where to download it, and then the logo, because we will need the logo as well. All right, and we are working on 3 projects, and each project has a link to the data set and has a link to the logo. The Databud link is my blog, so I've uploaded all the files, and then I think there's one file in the sales analysis project that's on my Google Drive. It is a big file, it's 153 megabytes, so just remember that. Okay, and then it's recommended that you maybe download all the data sets and the logos at once and keep it in a folder, and I'll show you my folder structure now. Hi, okay, so this is my folder structure. So I have a Python and Tableau complete data analytics bootcamp folder, and then I have downloaded the lecture slides and the project brief. Then I created a data folder here, and when I double click it, that's where all my data and the logos are being stored. It's just somewhere where you can store it all at once, just to make it a bit more easier. And then we'll also be storing our Python files as well in this folder too. So just clean it up a bit, create a specific folder. It's just much more easier to work like that. Awesome, so once you download everything that you need, I think we can get starting. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi, welcome back. All right, so exciting times. We've downloaded Anaconda, we've opened Python, we have all our data sets set up. Let's just go ahead and start playing around. So this is actually the Spider interface, and before we get going, I just want to give you a quick tour on the important icons that we're going to be using and how the layout works. Obviously, this is a beginner course, so we're not going to be using everything in Spider. We're not going to know everything in Python. I don't even think I know everything in Python. but just the core basics. So let's get to it. And I just want to go over the icons here on the top. So when you open Python, you might see this untitled 0 or untitled 1.py on the top here, or you might see maybe a temp folder with some script as well in here. This is your actual Python script that we're going to be writing and coding in. And don't worry about what's currently opened here too much, but this is the interface where we'll actually be coding. Now the icon's on the top, so if you want to create a new file, which is what we'll be doing shortly, we can do so here. And this is if you want to open a pre-existing Python script. This is to save your file, and this is to save, multiple files. So if you have more than one file opened, some people work on multiple files at a time and you just want to save everything. That's easier to do. And this is switching between different files, and this is just if you want to search for a specific symbol. Right. Then the icons here we are going to be using quite a lot. So this is just your run file. So you write a script, you want it to run, you use this. So this runs a whole file. This runs the current cell that you're in. So these lines here. So if you just want to run a specific part or a specific cell, and then the next icon runs a cell and it goes to the next cell. This here is what we'll be using the most. It's run selection or current line. Or F9, which is a shortcut that will be used. So you can basically select a portion of your script and just run that. You may see some different type of icons depending whether you're on Windows or Mac, but you can see as I've been hovering, it does give you a description. So just bear that in mind. This here is just debugging, which we don't go into too much in detail in this course. I'll probably add a lecture on debugging at a later stage. But beginners don't really debug at the moment unless there's some major issues. But in this course, there's no major issues. And then I just want to skip these and just go to this. So this is quite important. So you might see something different, but it is basically a directory or your path. It's your working directory. And what this does is that it makes our lives easier. If we want to reference something like our data files, we don't need to copy and paste the whole path where our data files is being stored. We can just copy the file name. So it might seem a bit much and you might not understand what I'm saying currently, but we'll go through it in the next lecture or two. So what I want here is just want you to make sure that this path here is actually in, or is the same folder where we actually downloaded all our data files. Right, so let's just double check. So I want you to click open. All right. And now I actually want you to make sure, or you should just redirect and make sure that the folder it is referring to is the same folder where all our data files are being stored. So this folder data, that's how I stored it, has the data files I need for the course and the logos, which is fine. But this is my working directory. So make sure you select the folder that has your course data file stored. And when you do, click open. Okay, and then that sets our working directory. All right. Okay, that's basically all we need to know from this top row. And then, like I said, this is where we'll be writing the actual script in. Usually on Spider, every time you create a file, it has the created date and whoever is creating it, which is me. Okay. And then this here is your variable viewer. So if you click on variable viewer here, we'll use this a lot as well to view what variables we've been created. You can also see plots if you generate plots on Python here. And then files as well. So what files are in your working directory? Okay, and you can see these are all the files we need for the course. So we're in the right working directory. Okay, I'm going to go back to variable view, Explorer. There's nothing here, but there will be. And then finally your console. So your console is where Python generally tells you the output, and then you can also run some short script here as well, and then that's your console. Okay, and I think we're going to end this lecture here, because in the next lecture we'll create our Python file, we'll write some code, we'll play around with the code as well. So exciting times ahead. Stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. So in the last lecture, we learned about the Spider interface, and in this lecture, I think it's time that we actually start coding. So what I want you to do is open a new file. So if you go to the top here and hover over where it says new file, I want you to just click it, and it will open a new file. So I have a file open here, so I'm just going to close this Untitled 3 tab. And then don't worry about this. This is just my course notes. Okay, so you should have some sort of untitled and a number there, whether it's 1, 2, 3 or 0. And that's going to be your Python script. Okay, and now I think what we're going to do is we're probably going to make sure that we are in the correct working directory. So remember the previous lecture that we used the data folder. If you have a folder where all your data sets are stored, use that same directory and just make sure that it is the same. So you can go right to the beginning and just check that your path is directing to that final folder where you have stored all your data sets. All right, and let's begin. So one of the first things I want you to do is actually check if Python works. So we're going to type print, okay, in brackets, and you're going to say quotation marks. You can use single. I'm going to say hello world. Right. So again, print, open bracket, quotation mark, hello world, close the quotation mark, and close the bracket. Okay, and print is just a function that we'll use throughout the course. All it does is that it prints whatever characters, all right, are in between the brackets. So if it's actual strings, so if it's a bunch of letters and maybe a mix of letters and numbers, you have to put quotation marks. If it's just numbers, then you don't need to put quotation marks, and that's something that you'll find with labeling in Python that happens a lot. So remember, if it's letters, words, maybe a mixture of letters and words, you'll have to put quotation marks. If it's just numbers, you don't need to. All right, and once you've typed that out, I want you to just click on that run file. So the run, there is a shortcut. It is F5, or just hover over if you're on Windows and C. So for us, it's function 5, or you can just click that button. Okay, great. And then you can see something happens here. So on our console, you'll see hello world is printed, which is great because that's what we told Python to do. And then it usually just tells you the working directory and the file you're running with. Okay. Okay, and then let's do the same with the number. So remember what I was saying. So I'm going to say enter, and I'm just going to say print, open brackets, and let's just say the number 2. Okay. Now I want you to just select this. All right, so just select that, just the print 2, go over and go to this icon. So it's the run selection or current line, and it's F9 for me, and run it. Okay, and now you can see it just prints 2. We didn't need to put quotation marks around the 2 because it is a number. Okay, all right. Okay, so before we get going into anything else, I just want us to save our file. So I want you to click the save button, and I want you to save it in the same file where all your data is in. So I'm going to navigate to my data file. So you can see this is all the course data, and I want to save it in the same folder. And let's call it Intro to Python. Okay, so we're going to name it intro to Python .py. So .py represents a Python file. Make sure it's saved in the folder where your data files are. And you can say save. All right, and then you notice that this name has changed. Okay. The other thing you can do in Python is that you can write comments. And what comments are is just comments on maybe your script, and they don't affect how your script runs. So initially or essentially when you comment on a Python file, it won't affect anything to do with the script. It's just a comment. It's just describing or noting something that you want to be noted. Right, and to do comments on Python, you just have the hashtag, and then you can comment whatever you want. All right, so this is how we write comments on Python. Okay, the comment breaks when you write a new line. So let's press enter, and now you can see if we just type, the comment goes away. So you know the comment is a comment because it's a different color, it's gray. And now that we're just typing, we can see it's not a comment, it's actual script. And immediately you can see Python, there's an X sign there. Python is saying there's something wrong with their syntax. I don't know what this is, but this isn't a valid syntax. Okay, so we're just going to backspace that. And that's how you write comments. So let's just run this file and see what happens. So I just want you to run using the green run file button. Okay. So you can see in our console, just going to move this here. You can see in our console, it has hello world. It has 2. And then obviously our working directory does not have the comments. So the comments don't form any part of the output. So you can comment whatever you want. Right, if you want multiple lines of comment, you'll have to introduce every line you want. You'll have to introduce that with a hashtag, and then you can continue typing. Okay, so this is another comment. Okay, so just to recap, remember comments, they show up, but they don't execute. There's no output on that. You can write whatever you want. If you want multiple lines of comments, remember for each comment line, you need to start it with a hashtag. Okay, let's play around some more. Let's create some variables. And variables are placeholders. All right, so go to a new line, and let's just say x equals 25. Okay, then I just want you to select this line and then run it using the run selection or current line. Okay, so quite a few things happens here. The first thing is that obviously on a console window, you can see Python tells us that x equals 25, which is good. That's what we typed out, right? But on our variable explorer, so on this window, if you don't have this or you're not saying this, make sure that variable explorer is selected. On this window, you can see something happened, right? There's a row being created, and we have x, we have something like a type and a size and a value. So what exactly is happening? Okay, so what Python is saying is that, hey D, we created a variable, it's x, the type is an integer, so the type is a number. We'll go to data types in another lecture. The size, so it's 1, right? Which is size is basically length almost, and then the value is 25. All right, so it's giving us these details on the variable that we actually created, and a variable is just a placeholder. So what we're telling Python is that whenever we write x in our code, it's actually 25. So let's see if that works. So in your console here, I just want you to type in x and press enter. Okay, and then you'll see it's saying x is 25. Okay, cool. Let's create another variable. Let's say y. Okay, so in our script viewer, we're going to say y equals, and let's say quotation mark, hi, my name is D. Okay. So remember, we are dealing with characters, so it is in quotation marks. And now let's select this and let's run it. So you can select this icon, or it's F9 or function 9. So I've run it. And what I can see now is that another variable has popped up, okay, called Y. It's saying it's a string. It's saying the size is 18 and the value is hi, my name is D. Now it's saying it's 18 because if you count the number of characters, including the spaces, it would give you 18. And it's saying it's a string because it's a character. So when you see characters or letters, those are strings. Numbers are usually integers. There's definitely other variable types or data types, which we'll go through later. Okay, but now let's just see if the console is saying the same. So in the console here, at the bottom right, type in Y and type in enter. And you'll see hi, my name is D show up. Okay, and even if we do something like print, so on your console, I want you to type print, open brackets, X, close brackets, and enter. You can see 25 comes out. And if you do the same for Y, so if you say print, open brackets Y, close brackets, and enter, you can see hi, my name is D come out. Okay, so the variables are just placeholders. Okay, so the next thing is what happens if we maybe change the variable. So in your viewer here, I want you to enter and enter. And let's just say X is equal to 12. Okay, so we typed in X equals 12. And now let's run this whole script. Okay, so the script has run. We have some outputs here. And I want you to look at your variables. Interesting, we can see that X, the value here is 12, right? And in our script, we can see, okay, so X equals 25. We wrote a variable for Y, but then we changed to X equals 12. So what happened? So Python runs from your first line to the last line, and it does it in order, right? So while it's running the script, it will say, okay, I need to print hello world. I need to print 2. Okay, that's done. Comment, I can ignore. Okay, then it's going to say X equals 25. Great, X equals 25. It's going to say Y equals hi, my name is D. Good. Then it's going to be like X equals 12. Oh, okay, I need to change that variable. Now X equals 12. So it definitely overrides your variables depending on your most recent or most bottom change, which is quite important. Okay, so now whenever we reference X, X is going to be 12. There will be no record of X being 25. Let's just check. So in our console, let's just say print, open brackets, X, close brackets. Okay, and you can see X equals 12. And then you can even do the same for Y. So even if we change Y, so let's say Y is equal to, and let's make Y a number as well. So let's just say Y equals to 50. And let's run this whole file again. So click on this green play button. Okay, let's have a look at our variables in our variable explorer. You can see Python has changed Y, it made it 50. Okay, so it does the most, it sort of declares the variable as your most recent change. And that's the one that's stored. Awesome. Okay, I think we played around enough. You know now how to write Python scripts, which we write here. We know how to play around with the console and read the output from our Python script. And then we know what's happening in the variable explorer. That's sort of it in terms of layout and understanding how each one works. So I think we're ready to get into some project work. with that being said, let's move on to the next lecture where we do some sales analytics on a retailer called Value Inc. Quite an interesting project, so why wait? Let's get started. I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. So I actually thought I'd add this additional lecture in to make sure you understand what happens when we restart our computer or we close Spider and Anaconda and reopen it. So when we do that, Spider will naturally clear all our variables and change our working directory. So usually Spider changes it to users/Devash and I do for me, and it might do something similar to you. So always when you reopen Spider, I think make sure, one, that your working directory is your actual directory where your data is stored. Okay, so over here it's not the case because I just reopened Spider. So I'm going to navigate to my working directory. So this is my working directory. And I'll say open. Okay. And then the second thing is you may have to rerun your script. So you can run it. And now your variables will pop up. All right, so just a note, whenever you reopen Spider, you'll have to do that. Sometimes while we're working with the scripts in the courses, we'll purposely put errors in. So what happens is that Python will just run until the error and stop. Okay, but just make sure that, if it does that, then all you do is you just select the rest of the code minus the error and then run that selection. Awesome. I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. So in the last lecture, we played around with Python and Spider, and in this lecture, I think we're ready to actually do some project work. So before I begin with that, just always make sure that you've saved your script. So the script that we were working on in the last lecture, the intro to Python. So you can save it by pressing the icon on the top here, or the floppy disk save icon. Or you can say Command S or Control S as well, and then that will save your script. Okay, so it's also nice to keep the script open in case you have any little notes to write. That's what I generally do as well. So if there's any sort of random notes that don't fit into the project, you can write it. You can write it anywhere, but I prefer to write it in one script. And then let's just give the project brief a read, just so we know what's happening. So I want you to open the project brief and let's read it. Okay, so this is a project brief. It is in your lecture notes or your class info as well. So we're going to start off with the sales analysis for Value Inc. Value Inc. is a retail store that sells household items all over the world by bulk. The sales manager has no sales reporting, but he has a brief idea of current sales. He also has no idea of the monthly cost, profit, and top selling products. He wants a dashboard on this and says that the data is currently stored in an Excel sheet. So what we can see here is that Value Inc. obviously just has no idea of what's happening with their sales. They don't really know their monthly costs, how much revenue they're making, what products are selling well, etc. And they want a dashboard out of this. So what we can do here is that we can do some data cleaning and transforming on Python, and then use that clean data to actually build the dashboard on Tableau. And that's how we're going to be running these projects. So we should have downloaded the files already. If you haven't, make sure you download all of the data files throughout this course in one folder, and use that folder to also save your Python scripts as well. All right, so once these are downloaded, we can go back to Spider and start coding. Okay, so we're back to Spider, and before we can start coding, let's just clear out our console. So I always do that if I'm starting a new project. So you can see that there's this like eraser button on the console in the top right here. You can click it. And you can see it says all user-defined variables will be removed. Are you sure you want to proceed? And say yes. Okay. And now this just clears your variables. So even if we do type X in our console, it's going to give us an error because we haven't really declared a variable. We've erased our history. So if we do that, so let's just type X in the console here and enter. And you can see it's going to give you an error. And it says it's a name error, and it says name X is not defined. Okay, well, that makes sense. All right, so now let's just create a new file. So on the top here, this new file icon, you can click on it. Awesome. So when you click on it, again, always make sure your working directory is the same. So on the top here, okay, it's the same path where all your data is stored. So I'm just checking. That's fine. If it's not, remember you can click open and just navigate to the folder where your data files are being stored. Perfect. And while we're here, let's save it. So I want you to click save. And let's call it value inc underscore sales. So value inc underscore sales.py. And click save. Perfect. Okay, so it's saved. Okay, so we have our data, right? Our data is, I'm pretty sure it's called transactions.csv. Let's just have a look. So I'm going to go to my file explorer and find transactions. Okay, so this is my data folder, and here are the data for Value Inc. So this is transaction.csv and then the logo, but the logo we won't need now, but that's the data. So how exactly do we get this data here, the CSV file, into our Python script? How does it work? How does it happen? So we're going to use something in Python called libraries. And what a library is that it's a collection of codes that can be used multiple times for something specific, like for a certain action. And our action here is how do we read, which is basically how do we input a CSV file to Python? How is that done? So we can use a library, because instead of writing lines and lines of code to input a CSV file, we can import a library, write one line of code, and then the CSV file is in. Okay, so we are going to use something called PIP or PIP, and there is a very popular library in there called Pandas, which I'm sure if you have been researching Python you would have heard of. And Pandas is really a library that's used quite a lot, especially in data analytics. But anyway, in Pandas there is a specific function called read CSV, and that function basically gives us what we want. So that function will read a CSV file and pop it into Spider. So we're going to use that. Okay, so whenever you use a library in Python, we need to install it, and to install it we use something called pip. So what is pip? I'm just going to open our lecture slides. Right, so this is the lecture slides which you've already received in your downloadable content. And pip is a package management system written in Python, and it's used to install, uninstall, and manage software packages. Like one of the packages we'll be using is Pandas. Okay, because Pandas has a function called read CSV, which is what we want. So how do we use pip? All right. So there are two slightly different ways to use pip depending if you're on Windows or if you're on Mac. So I'm just going to quickly go through the Windows way. So on Windows, you're going to do the following. Okay, so on Windows, I want you to search for Anaconda prompt. And Anaconda prompt is just the command prompt for Anaconda. Okay, and then once you open Anaconda prompt, or sorry, when you find the icon, I want you to right click and say run as administrator, if that's possible. If not, I think it still works. All right, so before you open Anaconda prompt, right click and say run as administrator. And then once your prompt is open, you just type pip space install space pandas. Okay, exactly like how it's here. So pip space install space pandas. So this is only for Windows. And then press enter. And once you press enter, it should install pandas. Now, whenever we install libraries, you go through that same process. So I will say it as we install libraries, but just remember that. So as a Windows user, go to Anaconda prompt, run as administrator if you can. So right click and say run as administrator. Once you're in Anaconda prompt, type in pip install and your package name, right, which is pandas. For Mac, we go through terminal. Right, so I've searched for terminal. Right. And once my terminal is opened here, then we do the same. So I'm going to say pip install pandas and press enter. Okay, I've already installed pandas. That's why it's saying requirement already satisfied. And maybe you've gotten the same if pandas is already installed. Okay, awesome. So now that we've installed pandas, we're good to go. So how do we bring it into Spider or to Python? So to import pandas or to import any library that we want, we just say import. Okay. Space pandas. Okay. So make sure you are in your valueinc.sales or valueinc_sales file, and then you can type import pandas. And we're going to say space as space PD. So what this means is that we're importing pandas, but developers are usually quite lazy. So if there's any long words that they know we're going to be referring quite often or referencing quite often, they like to actually shorten it. All right, so this as PD basically means whenever I type in PD anywhere in my script, Python knows that we're actually referring to pandas. Okay. All right. So now we're just telling Python, hey, please bring or import pandas and all the formula, algorithms, and functions within pandas. And I'll be calling it PD for the rest of the script. Awesome. Okay. Now, let's bring in our file. So to do that, I'm going to make a comment here, just so you can set up the actual framework on how to bring in the file. So usually how it works is that you'll have a file name, okay, which is our variable, equals, we're going to say PD, which is PD as in pandas, dot, read underscore CSV, open brackets, quotation, file dot CSV. Okay, and then make sure to have that closing quotation and that closing bracket. So this is actually the format. I'm just going to say, like, do something like that, format of read CSV. Okay, so all this is saying is that we need to create or Python will create a file name, a new variable called whatever you want it, file name. It's going to use read CSV from Pandas. Remember, we called Pandas PD. And this read CSV is a function in Pandas that's already defined. And this will tell us what file we want to bring in. All right. So I want to take this and I want you to select everything except the hashtag and copy it. So Command or Control C. Okay. And on a new line, paste it. Okay. So what are we going to call this? So let's call it data. So we're going to say data equals PD. All right. So from Pandas, bring the function read CSV. And what is the file name that we want? All right. And we know it's called transaction CSV. Okay. And just to check, I want you to go to Files. So where your Variable Explorer is, go to Files and look for it. So there you go. Okay, it's called transaction.csv. Okay. If transaction.csv was stored somewhere else, maybe like on your desktop in a random folder, you'll need to copy the whole path. Okay, so when I say path, like, I mean a path here, like on top, and paste it in here. Okay, so you can refer to data files that are not in your working directory. You just need to paste the whole path of it. So it is a bit of a hack, and usually when I do projects like these, I like to keep all my files, so my data files and a Python script in one folder, so it just makes your code a bit more cleaner. Okay, I just want to go back to Variable Explorer. Okay, so let's actually run it. So you're going to run the whole script, so this green icon. Okay, so for me it took a few seconds for it to run, and we can see a new variable pops in called data. The type, I'm just trying to move this, is a data frame, which I'll get to now. The size, okay, so what it's saying is that there are about 1 million rows and just one column, which is a bit weird. And then this is the value. Okay. So everything's looking great, except this here, okay? It should have more than one column, we know that, all right? But something is happening, it's not splitting the data. So what happens is that this read CSV, the separator is generally a comma, right? So CSV means comma separated values. You can have tables that have different separators. You can have semicolon or tabs or spaces, etc. The default for read CSV for that function is that it separates on commas. And this file has, if we look here, so if we look at the value, it doesn't have a comma, it has a semicolon. So we actually need to change this a bit and tell Python that the separator isn't a comma here, it's a semicolon. So how do we do that? So let's copy this. So I want you to select this line and Command or Control C. Oops. In the new line, paste it. So Command or Control V. Now you can also right click and copy and paste. Okay. And here, so just before that closing bracket and just after the closing comma, or the closing quotation mark, I want you to put a comma there. And you can see Python actually tells you, part of the read CSV function, what other things we can add. Okay. And we are going to add something called a separator. So we're going to say sep equals, okay, and then your quotation marks, and then your semicolon. Right. And make sure your brackets are closed. Okay, so that's how it's going to look. Data equals We're going to say a new variable called data will be created. Okay, we're going to be using the read CSV function from Pandas. This is the file we're going to be referencing. And then the separator is a semicolon. Okay, now let's run it. So click on the run icon. Okay, awesome. That took a few seconds as well. But now we can see things are happening. So finally we can see the size is correct. There should be about 13 columns. There's a million or so rows. And if we actually double click on this, so I want you to go to name and make sure data is selected and double click on it. This pop-up may show where it says opening this variable can be slow. Do you want to continue anyway? So I'm going to select yes. Okay. And now what you can see is that we have the data in Python or in Spider. Okay, and that is the data. It looks clean, and you can notice it says that type is data frame. And data frame is quite popular in Pandas. Data frame just means a table. So generally for data analytics, you do want to get your data into data frames because it means a table. We know that most visualization platforms like Tableau are fine with tables. Pandas can export this format really great, back into Excel, etc. So you do want a data frame as your final type in your variable for your data, generally. Okay, so while we have it open, let's just quickly run through the actual data. So I'm just going to expand this. So you can enlarge it. And let's just go through the data and see what it says. Okay, so we know that this is transactional data, which means it's probably recording every sale through Value Inc. So we have a user ID, which I assume is maybe like a client ID. So it represents a unique client. Transaction ID probably represents a unique transaction. Year, month, day, and time. So obviously the date when the transaction happened. The item code. So what was bought, right? They have the specific item code and then the corresponding description. So someone bought family albums, white picture frames on the 2nd of February 2019. This is number of items purchased. So they obviously bought 6 of this. This is the cost per item. Okay, so the cost of one item. So the cost of one family album picture. The selling price per item, so what they sold one item for. The country, so I think this is the country the client was from or is from. And client keywords. So this probably describes the client, so whether they're senior, solo entrepreneur, so their age maybe their business type, so this person's a solo entrepreneur, and how long they've been a client for, so 2 to 5 year client. Okay, cool. So everything here is looking good. The data is making sense, right? It's transactional data. So we have the sales, we have the cost. With sales and cost, we'll be able to get profit. So I think that's good. We may need to do some data cleaning as well. So yeah, let's get to it. I'm going to end the lecture here. In the next lecture, we'll start diving a bit deeper into the data and learning a bit more about Python, different data types, etc. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a StarFreelancer.
Hi everyone, welcome back. So in the last lecture, we learned how to bring in a data source into Python. And in this lecture, we're going to start doing some data cleaning and some transformation. Okay, so I'm just going to open the actual data table. So I just want to close it. Okay. And just make sure, as always, your script is saved. So Command S or Control S or this icon on the top. Okay. And usually what I like to do is I like to get a summary of the data. So let's just do that. So I want you to say hashtag, we're going to comment. Let's just say summary of the data. And it's really easy to do. Okay, we know our data is called data. That's our variable name. So I'm going to say data, and you can see that comes up. I'm going to say data dot or period, and you can see there's a bunch of functions that Python already has ready for us, and we're going to use info. Okay, so you can see info shows up here where you can type it. So info. And then you're going to open brackets and close it. Okay. And all this is saying is that we want the info for data. Okay. Usually with things like this, you'll notice that the format is generally the same. So you'll have your variable, a full stop, and some attribute of the variable, right? So here we're trying to just find more information about the data. Okay. So I want you to select this, and you can say function 9 or F9, or you can click on this white arrow. So I'm just going to do F9. Okay, and now you can see what pops up on the console. All right. So all it's doing is that it actually gives us a nice summary of the data. It tells us what column names they are. Okay, it says 13 columns, 1,047,588 entries. And then it gives us a column name, how many non-null values, so values that are not blank, and then the data type, right? So int 64 basically means that it's an integer. It's a 64-bit integer. And then, so that's user ID, transaction ID, and year. Okay, so Python is saying that these are integers, or these are numbers. Month is an object. So object in this case is, just think of characters. That's object. Okay, it can also be called string. Day is an integer, so that makes sense. Time is an object. Item code, so like item ID, would be an integer. Item description is an object, makes sense, it's a string. Number of items purchased is an integer. Cost per item is a float, so the reason why it's float is that there's decimal values. So like integer would be 16, cost would be 16.24, for example. Selling price per item is a float again decimal places are present. Country, an object, and client keyword is an object. Okay, so it makes sense. Obviously, the columns with letters and characters in are objects or strings. The rest are numbers. If they have decimal places, they're floats. They don't have their integers. Perfect. All right. So this is nice generally if you just want a summary of your data frame or your table. If you think about it, you can get really huge tables, so this just gives you a brief summary of what's happening in that exact table. Okay. Now I'm just going to jump to our lecture slides, and I'm going to slide 12 in our lecture slides. You don't need to, I'll pull it up on my screen, so you don't need to go there. But this just covers the Python data types. So these are all the data types available in Python. And we're going to do some investigating of them just now. Okay, but you get text types, like I said, like strings and objects where they involve letters. Get numeric types, like we saw, integers and floats. There's also complex. Sequence types, so where one variable specifically or one value has multiple items, so list, tuple, or range. You'll get dictionaries, which we'll see a bit later. There's sets and frozen sets and set types, Boolean, which is just 1 or 0, and then bytes as well, binary. So bytes, byte array, memory view. Don't really work with that, especially in data analytics. The main ones you'll probably work with are the first 3, dictionaries as well, and Boolean. So I'm just going to go back to my script. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to play around with the variables. I'm just going to move my icon here. And I just want to type a few in and let's just see what pops up, right? So let's just comment and let's just say playing around with variables. Okay. And let's call the variable var, equals, and quotation marks, and let's say hello world. Okay. And let's run this. So I'm just going to select this and function F9 or this white icon here. All right, and it says var is a string and it's hello world. Okay, which is what we knew, right? So let's change this, and instead of hello world, let's just say 39. All right, and let's select that var equals 39 and function 9 or F9 or the white icon. And now var moves to an integer, which is 39. Let's do var equals 2.5. And let's run that. So I'm selecting all and I'm just pressing this white icon, or you can use the keyboard shortcut. Okay, so now we see var changes to a float and it's now 2.5. Okay. What if we do a mix? So let's do var equals, I want a mixture of string and letters, sorry, numbers and letters. So let's do quotation marks and let's just do W3F. And let's select this. So you can just select that one and run. Okay, it's a string. If we remove the quotation marks, so let's remove the quotation marks, immediately you can see that Python is giving us an error, which I can't really tell you, but it will say it's a syntax error or an invalid identifier. So just move that a bit down. Let's just see. It says undefined name. Okay, so it's thinking it's another variable. And even if we run that, so I'm just going to select everything and run it. Okay, it's saying that it's not defined. Just going to backspace this. Okay, so we have to put it in quotation marks if it is a character or has a character in it. Okay, let's do something like open square brackets and let's say quotation marks apple, comma, quotation marks pear, comma, quotation marks banana. Okay. So var equals in square brackets quotation marks apple, comma, quotation marks pear, comma, quotation marks banana. And let's run this. So select all and just run the line. Okay, and now it's saying it's a list, right? So this variable is a list of items, which makes sense. So if we change the square brackets to round brackets, now let's run this. So select it and click run. Okay, now just by changing the square brackets to round brackets, it's a tuple. Tuple is actually quite similar to lists. The only main issue is that tuples are static, so you can't change, maybe, you know, if you want to change pear to cherry, you can't do that. With lists, you can change. There is a way to script or to write a Python code to change the actual items in your lists tuples, you can't do that. Okay. Let's do another one. So let's remove that and say var equals range. And let's do range 10. Select everything and just run that. Okay, and now it changes to range. Range basically means when you say range 10, you want to go from 0 to 10. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's what range means. And then let's do dictionary. So I want you to open curly brackets and quotation marks, and let's just say name, colon, quotation marks D. Okay, and then once you're out of the quotation marks, do a comma so it looks like that. Again, quotation marks, location, colon, quotation marks, and then South Africa. You can obviously put your own name and location there. And let's select that. So just make sure you wrote it correctly. So name and D, location and location for South Africa, and run this. Okay, and now it's a dictionary. So dictionaries, as you can see by the formats, you call dictionaries with these curly brackets, but generally they have keys. So in our dictionary here, we have name and location. We can double click this var on your variable explorer. Okay, and it says here are your keys, which is location and name, and these are the corresponding values. It's quite similar to JSON formats, if you are familiar with that. Okay, now, what if we have curly brackets again, and let's do apple, comma, pear, comma, banana. Okay, so quite similar to the lists and tuples, but just curly brackets. So just make sure you're writing it like that. Select var and run it. I think I mistakenly ran the whole file. Hopefully you didn't do that. Make sure you selected it and just press the run selection. Otherwise it just takes too long to run the whole file. Okay. And if you've done that, you would have got a set. Okay. And sets are quite similar to tuples and lists. You just introduce them with a curly brackets, and you can't change sets as well. Right, and then the last one we can do is var equals true. So I want you to and make sure you type it just like that and select that and run. So function 9 or just the run file or the run icon, and you can see var is now a boolean, which is either true or false, so either 1 or 0. Okay. Now this also is in your slide notes, so I'm just going to jump to the slide notes. You don't need to, because I'll pull it up on my screen. And this is sort of what we just covered now. So you can see a string can be characters. It can also be a mix of characters or numbers. Integers are whole numbers. Floats have decimals. A list is a collection of items. You can change items in a list with Python code. A tuple, however, you can't change the items. It's pretty static. A range, so like I said, is a number of ranges, is a range of numbers. So generally with a range of 10 represents a start point of 0 and whatever number you put here is the endpoint. All right. You can also have a range like this. So this means that we're starting at 2 and we're ending at 9. Dictionaries, which you remember, has keys and corresponding values. Sets, like I said, are unordered values, quite similar to lists and tuples. And then Boolean represents true or false. In general, those are the most common data types that you use. Now, this is quite theoretical, but it's nice and really good for you to understand that as well, because sometimes you need data to be represented in a specific format. All right. So now that that's done, I'm just going to jump back to my code. And I guess let's get into the data. So we know that the data is in, and we had a look at the columns. Everything there makes sense. The data does need some cleaning. So if we're let's just open it again. So I'm going to double click on the data variable in our variable explorer. I'm going to say yes. So just straight from this, what I realized is that we have the number of items purchased, we have the cost per item, and we have the selling price per item. We don't have the cost and selling price of the actual transaction. Okay, so this represents one item, but this person, so this user ID 278166 bought 6 of that. So how much does that cost? How much does that specific transaction costs? And how much is the selling price of that specific transaction? And then how much is the profit as well? So that's not in the data, which I think we should calculate, because that's exactly what the sales manager wanted. If you remember, he asked for costs, profit, and revenue. So we can do that with Python. So let's get to it. So I'm just going to close this. And I'm just going to backspace this. I'm playing around with variables. Okay. And let's work with calculations. So let's comment and say working with calculations. Let's make another comment and saying defining variables. Okay. So to start off with, let's just do this first. Let's just say cost per item equals, and let's just give a cost. So I said 11.73. Okay. Usually how I name variables and generally is that you do capitalize each word. There are different naming conventions as well. So sometimes it's nice to capitalize each word to make it a bit more easy to read. But even if you put all small cases, it's fine. Some people are quite strict with naming conventions as well, but since this is a beginner's course, I think just make sure that your variable names are always legible and easy to read. Right, and let's run this. So select it and then just run it. So you can just run that selection. Okay, and we see cost per item, float, just make that bigger, is 11.73. And then let's just do the same for selling price per item. Per item equals 21.11. And then number of items purchased is equal to 6. Okay. So once you've typed that out, select those 3 variables and run that selection. Okay, and we can see that we have cost per item, number of items purchased, and selling price per item. They've all come through. Okay, and now let's do some mathematical operations. So I'm going to comment and say mathematical operations on Tableau. and let's say profit per item. So profit per item is equal to your selling price per item minus your cost. So let's say 21.11 minus 11.73. Okay, select that and just run the selection. Okay, and you can see profit per item is 9.379. And then I want you to select this and copy it. Just paste it below. Then just for the purpose of this exercise, you can also change your mathematical operators. So let's just say if we want it multiplied. So that's a star. So let's run that. So select the second line and run the selection. Okay, and then you can see profit per item is now 246. So that's those two figures multiplied. And then let's do the same for divide. So select, Control C, or copy it, and then Command V to paste it, or Control V. And then instead of the star, let's put a slash, which represents divide. Select the divide calculation and run that. And now it gives you 1.79, which is the divide answer. Okay, all right, but we know profit per item is this. That's the correct one. So I'm just going to erase this. So what we can do is we can say profit per item is equal to, and now instead of the actual figures we can use the variables. So 21.11 is actually the selling price per item. So I'm just gonna double click on that. So when you double click on that, it will just select that variable. I'm going to copy it, so Control C or Command C, and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to say minus the cost price. So I'm going to do the same. I'm going to copy this, Control or Command C, and then paste it here. And let's run the selection. So I'm going to select that line and just run the selection. Okay, and then we can see profit per item is correct. It's 9.38. Perfect. Okay, what would the profit per transaction be? So if this is profit per item, profit per transaction would be the profit per item times that or multiplied by your number of items purchased. Okay, so ideally it would be 6 times 9.37. That will give us a profit per transaction. So let's do that. So let's say profit per transaction is equal to number of items purchased. So I'm going to copy that, times that by profit per item. Okay, so just select it and then just Command and Control C and then paste it where you need it. Okay, and then let's run this. So I'll just double click on the line and then it usually selects, now it's not selecting. So usually selects a line, and let's run the selection. Okay, and then you can see profit per transaction for that specific transaction where the person bought 6 items, it was 56.27 in profit. Okay, similarly, the sales per transaction will be the selling price per item times it by your number of items purchased, and the cost price per transaction would be the same. So I want you to pause the video and I want you to do the cost per transaction and the selling price per transaction by yourself. Okay, welcome back. So you should have done cost per transaction, which is the number of items purchased multiplied by your cost per item. And your selling price per transaction is your number of items purchased multiplied by your selling price per item. Okay, and then just make sure you run all of these. So select the profit, cost, and selling price per transaction, and then just run that selection, just so that you have it in your memory. Okay, so now that we have these calculations on a single line item, how do we apply that to a column? Okay, so just remember that our calculations are done on specific variables, but I actually want this applied to a whole column. So I'm going to show you what I mean if I'm going to click Data on your Variable Explorer and click Yes. I'm just going to enlarge this. So what I mean here is that I want the cost per item, so all of these values, okay, each value needs to be multiplied by the corresponding number of items purchased to give me a new column called, in this specific example, cost per transaction. Selling price per transaction, so I'll want a selling price per transaction column where each selling price is multiplied by the number of items purchased. Okay, so I'm just going to close this. So how do we do that? So let's work with one first. So I'm going to say hashtag, let's make more space here. And I'm going to say cost per transaction column calculation. Okay, and we know that cost per transaction is equal to the cost per item times that by number of items purchased, right? Okay. So how exactly would we single out this cost per item column in our data frame and the number of items purchased in our data frame? So we essentially need them singled out, right? So we can multiply them together. So usually to single out columns, so let's write another another comment. We're going to say something like the variable. So what are we going to call that column that's singled out? Is equal to your data frame, whatever it's called, and then in square brackets and quotation marks, your column name. Okay, and this essentially is how we single out and bring out one column in specific. So let's give it a shot. So let's say cost per item, right, because that's our variable name, is equal to our data frame. So what is our data frame called? It's called data. Okay, that's our data frame. And square brackets, quotation mark, what's our column name? So let's just confirm what our column name is. I'm just going to double click the Variable Explorer, the data variable. I'm going to say yes. Okay, and then the column name is just cost per item, right? So that's a column. So cost per item. So it's cost per item. Okay, let's run that. So highlight that and just run that selection. Right, and then if we look at our Variable Explorer, cost per item shows up. There's a new data type called series. Series is just one column in your data frame. That's what a series data type is. And if we double click on cost per item, so on your Variable Explorer, double click it, you can see that just has the cost. Okay. Right, so we have cost per item. Let's do the same for number of items purchased. All right, so I want you to say number of items purchased is equal to, again, we want data, which is our data frame, square brackets, quotation marks, and I think it is, oops. So actually, to make it a bit easier, we can actually, so go to your console, and we've used this before. So let's say data.info, and open and close your brackets, so over there, and press enter. Okay, it gives us a column name, so number of items purchased. So now we can select that, Command C or Control C to copy it, and then paste it in between here. Okay, and let's run this. So select it and run it. Okay, so make sure you did the run selection, not the run the whole file, because that takes a while to do. Okay, perfect. So number of items purchased also showed up. Great. So now, can we multiply them together? And if we multiply them together, that would be the cost per transaction. Okay, so let's do that. So let's say cost per transaction is equal to, I'm going to say cost per item. So I'm just pasting that in this. Okay, so times that by number of items purchased. So I'll just put a space so you can read it a bit more easier. So cost per transaction equals cost per item times number of item purchased. So let's select this and run selection, and cost per transaction pops up. It's a series, means one column in a data frame. Let's double click it. And now we can do some checks. So we should get 70.38 if we multiply the first row 0 of cost per item and number of items purchased. So I have my calculator here, and I'll double check for us. So cost per item, let's go there and double click on that. So it's 11.73. Okay, and now multiplying that with the first row, or row 0 of number of items purchased, which is 6. Okay, and I'm getting 70.38, which is good. So now that we have cost per transaction, we know that it's a variable, so it's standalone. I actually want it back into my data frame. What I mean by that is that I want it as a column in my data frame. So I'm just going to double click on the data frame. I'm going to say yes, and I just want it as an additional column. So just as this, how it is, I just want it as an additional column in my data frame, just so I have the cost per transaction. So how do we do that? So let's create a comment, and let's say adding a new column to a data frame. Okay, to add a new column, just like how you reference a column, all right, so where we said data and in square brackets we reference a column, that's how you single out a specific column. How you add it is actually quite similar. So we do data, square brackets, quotation marks, and whatever column you want it to be called, whatever column name. So we're going to say cost per transaction. Okay, so in our data frame, there's no cost per transaction column currently. Using this, we're saying create one and make it equal to. So there's two ways we can do this. We can either do cost per transaction, So our cost per transaction variable, so if we just do that, okay, Tableau knows that the cost per transaction variable is made up of your cost per item times your number of items purchased, columns. So you can do it like that. And let's run it. So select this and make sure you run the selection. Okay, and we know the data changed. So it used to be 13 columns and now it's 14, if you see the size. Let's double click on it and select yes. Sorry, those are the birds. And then if we go right to the end, you'll see cost per transaction, which is here. All right, perfect. Now the other way you can do it is that we can also do this. So we know the formula is cost per items times number of items purchased. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to say times and number of items purchased. Okay, that's perfectly acceptable as well. So what we're saying is that new column called cost per transaction is going to take the data, the column cost per item from data. It's going to multiply it with the column number of items purchased from data. And then if you run this, so I'm selecting that and I'm just running the selection, it will give you the same answer as well. Okay, so using this, let's try and do the next one, which would be sales per transaction. Okay, so hashtag, let's create a comment and say sales per transaction. Okay, so that is going to be called data and sales per transaction. So that's my new column name, is equal to, and then we're going to say data, square brackets, quotation, and it will be selling price per item. So I'm using that column. So I'm just going to copy it here. This is, remember, we called data.info. So selling price per item. Okay, I like to do that because then if I make any spelling, well, I won't make any spelling errors, because if you do make any spelling errors here, there's no column called maybe selling price per ITE. There's no column like that, so you'll get an error. So I think it's just easier to paste it straight from the data source columns. Okay, so selling price per item, times that by number of items purchased. So this here. Yep. Okay. Okay. So selling price per, or sales per transaction, is selling price per item from the data frame. Multiply that by the number of items purchased from the data table. Okay, let's select that and let's run that selection. Okay, then if we look at our data variable, it's now gone to 15. So let's check it out. Double clicking on the data variable and I'm clicking on yes. Okay, and let's scroll to the end. You can see sales per transaction pops up. Perfect. And then finally, profit. Okay, how would we calculate profit per transaction? All right, because I want to calculate the profit and then I also want to calculate markup. So what is the formula? In our slides notes, I actually have the formula there for you. So I'm just going to open it. Let's move to, there you go, the profit and markup. So profit is quite easy. So for profit, you take your sales minus the cost. So we have our sales per transaction column and we have our cost per transaction. We can just minus those two columns together to get profit. For markup, so markup just basically means by percentage value, how much did we mark up the price from its cost price. Okay, So if I bought something for 100 Rand and I'm selling it for 110 Rand, my markup would be 10%. Okay. So markup is where we take the sales and minus it from the cost. That value we divide it by the cost. Okay. So let's calculate our profit and our markup. Okay, so let's comment on our script and let's say profit calculation. Okay, that is equal to sales minus cost. Okay. So to do that, we're going to say data and square brackets, quotations. It's going to be profit per transaction. Is equal to, and it will be the columns that we created. So it will be data sales per transaction. I'm copying that and I'm pasting it there. Minus the data cost per transaction. I'm copying that and I'm pasting it there. Okay, so we're saying create a new column called profit per transaction in our data table, and that column is going to be the sales per transaction column minus the cost per transaction. Okay, let's run that. Run the selection. And our data table now has 16 columns, so let's double click on it and say yes. And then profit per transaction is here. Perfect. And now let's do markup. So let's just say markup, which equals to sales minus cost over cost. Okay. Alright, so let's do that. So let's say data, square brackets, quotation, markup is equal to, and let's do this first. Okay, so let's just say it's going to be data sales per transaction. I'm just copying it from here. Minus that by data cost per transaction. And we're going to put it in brackets. So just make sure the whole thing is enclosed in brackets. So you can see if you hover over one bracket, it will highlight to show you the closing bracket. Then divide. And then we're going to say data cost per transaction. Okay. Okay, so sales minus cost over cost. Perfect. So let's select that and run it. Oh, I ran the whole file again. Okay, so make sure you don't run the whole file. I usually do function F9, but I think it's easier when I'm teaching to actually show you which button I'm selecting. So make sure you selected the data markup line and just run the selection. And you'll see data variable now has a additional column with markup. That looks correct. Okay. And we know that data sales per transaction minus data cost per transaction is actually equal to data profit per transaction. So you can, in fact, replace this. So just replace this with a data profit per transaction. It's going to give you the same result. So I'm just going to show you that. So select this whole line, Command C or Control C. So we're going to copy it and then paste it. And I want you to select data profit per transaction. So it should be above here. And copy it. So Command C or Control C. And then let's remove this data sales per transaction minus data cost per transaction. So it looks like that. And then paste, so Command V or Control V, your profit per transaction. And now if you run this, so select it and then run the selection. And open Data Variable Explorer. You can actually see markup is the same. Great. Okay, so I am going to end this lecture there. We've learned a bit more about calculations. We learned how to use calculations at a column level and how to create new columns. So that's quite a lot of learning in this lecture. The next lecture we'll do a bit more transformation and cleaning. I'll see you then. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. So in the last lecture we played around with calculations, and in this lecture we're going to be doing a bit more transforming of the data and working with some functions. And one of the functions we're going to be working with is a Python round function. So let's get to it. And the first thing we need to do is actually save a file. So I'm just going to click save. Okay. And I wanted to use a round function because in the last lecture we created this field markup, which is a percentage markup that Value Inc. marks up their goods for. And let's just click on the data frame and double click there. And let's just scroll right to the end to the markup column. And you can see there are quite a lot of decimals. And to be honest, I think we just need 2 max for markup. Okay, because everything else is 2 decimals, just looks a bit neater as well. So let's do that. So let's just close that. And what we are going to be using is the round function. And what the round function does is that it returns a number or a floating point number that is a rounded version of your specific number. All right, and we can specify how many decimal functions we want. So I'm just going to jump to our slide notes just to show you what it is. So essentially all it does is that it returns a rounded function depending on the number of decimals we can actually decide on. And the syntax to bring about the round function is that we just call round and in brackets our variable that we want to round and then the digits that we are going to round it up to. Okay. So I'm just going back to Spider. And let's just create a comment. Let's say rounding up or rounding markup, because rounding just rounds up or down depending on the decimal places. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, so let's just have a look at it first. So let's just say round or round markup is equal to, and let's say round. So I'm just creating a new variable called round markup, and now I'm calling on the function round. Okay, open brackets, the variable, okay, and then the number of decimal places. So our variable is the column in our data table called markup. So I want this. Okay, so I'm copying that and I'm pasting it here. All right, and then just before, so just after this, the closing square bracket and before the closing round bracket, you're going to say comma and 2. All right, and you can see Python's going to say it's an invalid identifier for round. So sorry, my icons are blocking. So the error that it's going to be giving, there we go. Doesn't want to give me an error, but it will say it's an invalid identifier. That's because I put round in all capitals. Okay, round is a function that is small letters. Python is case sensitive. So you can see once I pressed round, the cross moved away and the round turned into a different color which resembles a function. So let's run this. So select it and click run. Okay, and let's look for round markup, which is here in our variable explorer, and let's double click it. Okay, perfect. And now you can see that there are 2 decimal places maximum. So instead of data markup to be multiple decimal places, I want it rounded. And how do we add it back into our data frame? You should know this by now. So we're going to say data markup. So column markup in the data frame is equal to round, again, and data, square brackets, markup, make sure quotations are there, comma 2. Okay. Again, two options. We could have just said data markup is equal to round markup instead of this. So instead of this highlighted section, you could have just put round markup, or you could have your actual calculation where it's round. We're going to round data markup as it is present. So as it is, let's just have a look. So I'm opening the data file again. So as it is present, the markup file has obviously more than one decimal. So we're going to round that with 2 decimal places. Let's select everything and let's run the selection. Once the selection is run, let's click on data. Yes. And move to markup. And you can see markup is now 2 decimal places max. Perfect. All right. So now that we sorted that out, there's also something that I didn't really like in the data set, which had to do with the dates. So let's just click on the data frame again and click yes. Okay. And you can see in the data frame, it actually has year, month, and day separated, which is really not great because generally dates are one field and they're not split. They're much more easier to read if they are like 2nd Feb 2019 in one column. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to try and sort of, sorry, I'll open it again. We're going to try and combine these 3 columns to make it one column so it's a lot more readable. So let's get to it. Okay. So let's write a comment saying combining data fields. And how you're going to do this is quite similar to how you concatenate fields in Python. So for example, let's say my name is equal to D plus, and let's say Naidu. Okay, so you can see I have 2 variables here, D and Naidu, and with a plus they'll be joined. Okay, so let's run that. So selecting all that and run the selection. And if we go to my name, you can see D Naidu is there. Okay, and we're going to do that for our date columns as well. All right. Hopefully we'll be able to do something like this here. So I'm going to say my date is equal to day plus that by like a dash plus that by month plus that by quotation marks dash plus that by quotation marks. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I had a day in quotation marks with a plus sign, and then in quotation marks I had a dash, plus that by a month in quotation marks with a plus sign, and then quotation marks dash, and then plus that by year. So let's run that just to see that format. So I'm selecting that and I'm just running the selection. Cool. And that's basically how I want it. So my date, day dash month dash year. Okay. So wouldn't it make sense that instead of saying day, can't I say data and pull in the day column, right? Because if we look at the data frame, Okay, there's day there. So can't I say the day column, the month column, and the year column? So let's do that, right? So let's just say my date equals, I'm going to say data day plus that by quotation marks, and I'm just going to say minus. So I'm not going to do everything, just this two, just to see if it works. So let's select that and let's run the selection. Okay, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? So it says num expression 2 does not support Unicode as a D type. What it's saying is essentially that the data day column is an integer, or it's a number, and this little thing here, this dash in quotation marks, is a string. And in Python, you can't concatenate, or you can't add strings and numbers, right? It just doesn't make sense. You have to add two strings or two numbers. It's not going to give you a mix of two variables. You won't be able to do that. So you can actually check columns, data types in your columns in two ways. So the first way we did it, right, if you remember, we said data.info, so I'm on the console now, and open close brackets. And it gives you a breakdown of each column and their type, right? So if we go to day, here we can set an int64, right? You can also do it by a different way. So let's just say, let's comment here on our script, and let's say checking columns data type. And if we do something like print, and we can do something like data day dot d type. Let's select that and let's run that selection. Okay, you can see it also shows up as an int64. So .d type and your column name also shows you the data type. Now, how do we change that into a string? Okay, so Python does have a function. So let's just say change columns type. So Python does have a function called asType, and that's where you can change the data type of your column to something that you want. So you can do some transformation and some data cleaning. There is an option of changing your column. Okay, so let's have a look and let's check. So let's call our variable day, and let's say equals, and we're going to take our column, our actual column, which is the data or the day column from data, and we're going to say dot as type in brackets and str. Okay, so all we're saying is that change the day column of our data frame to the type string. Okay, so str, and remember string is basically an object. Okay, so take our column day from data, change it to type string. Let's select that and let's run it. And now let's just see what column or what data type that is. So let's copy this print data and d type, copy it and then paste it below. And instead of this data day, so instead of that, I just want to know the data type of our variable, which is day. And let's select that and let's run that. Okay, now you can see it's an object, it's a string. Perfect. Now let's go back to this function and let's see if we can add a little dash to the day variable that we just created. Okay, so we're going to say my date is equal to day plus that by quotation mark dash. And let's run that. So remember, select it and run the selection. And it runs, so there's no error. Let's look at my date. And perfect. So now we have the day and a dash. Awesome. Now, let's do the same for month. So if we go back to our data.info, I'm on the console. So if we go back to our data.info script that we ran, or function that we ran, and we look at month, we know month's an object. So month is a string, so technically it shouldn't be an issue if we just add month in, right? So if we just say plus month, which is going to be data month, right? So here we change the data, the day column in data to a string, so that's a string. Then we added a dash, and now we're going to add month after that dash, right? And I'm just calling month straight from our data frame because it's a string, so there shouldn't be an issue, but let's just run to see. So I'm just going to select that and let's run it. Okay, cool. And let's check it out. So let's click on my date in the variable explorer. Okay, perfect. So that's looking correct. And then lastly, we need year. So I'm looking back on our data.info summary, and we know year is a number, so we're probably going to have to change the type again. Okay. So I think just after where day is, let's just enter, and let's just say year is equal to data, square brackets, quotation year, dot as type, str. So what I'm saying is create a year variable, take it from the year column in data, and just change the type to string. And let's run it. So select it and run the selection. And just a note, so because we added this after we ran the day, we need to run this specifically because Python needs to store it in the variable. So just remember that. So sometimes while you're coding, if you forget something, you go back to your code and you add it. Always make sure to run it first because it needs to be stored. Okay, so we ran year and year is in. And let's just do a print for year. So I'm just going to copy that and paste it here. And instead of day, let's put in year. Okay, so I want to print the year. So that's the variable we just created. And I just want to know the data type of that. So let's select everything and let's do the print. And it's an object. I'm actually doing like the long way of this. You can always just do print year.d type here. And it shows up, but it's also nice to put it on your script because you can save your script. Okay, and then here for the final my date, we're going to add a dash, right? Because after month in your date format, there's usually a dash, and then plus that by year. Okay, let's select that and let's run it. Okay, so it ran, and let's go back to my date and double click. Perfect. So now we have that sorted. Right. Let's add all of this back into our data frame. You should be an expert at this. So let's just say data, and let's call the new column date, right? Is equal to my date. Okay, so we're just saying that new column date is going to be created, and it just needs to be exactly how my date is. Okay, let's select it and run it. Okay, and let's just go back to data. We know there's 18 now, so that column was added. Let's have a look at how it looks. And scroll to the end. So new columns generally are added right in the end. and the data's in. So let's just double check. So first row, 2nd Feb 2019. So let's just go to the day, month, year, 2nd Feb 2019. Perfect. Okay, and then before I end this lecture, you can notice that I've been clicking on this data variable quite a lot of times, and it may be a bit annoying for you to do all the time. And there is a way in Python that you can view maybe specific rows or specific columns, right? And it's using iloc. So just going to create a comment here, and we're going to say using iloc to view specific columns or rows. Okay. So what the iloc is that it's part of the Pandas data frame library, and iloc just splits your data into a subset of data that you can view. All right. So if we do something like data.iloc and square brackets, and let's say 0. Okay. What it's saying is that it's saying, sorry, there's some birds right by my door here. It's saying, let's look at the index with 0 and just pull that up. Okay, so I'm going to select that and just run that selection. Okay, and now you can see this just shows you the rows and columns that are just on index 0. So that's basically just one row with all the corresponding columns. So that's the first row. First row, here you go. And you can see it's exactly the same, right? So it's just that first row of our data frame. And then if we just, so let's just say, let's comment here. So views the row with index equals 0. Equals 0. Okay. So if you didn't already realize, just opening the variable explorer again, index just represents row number. It generally just starts with 0. It's automatically added in when you bring data into Python. Okay. Then let's do another one. So what if I want to look at rows 1, 2, 3? So 0, 1, 2, 3. And let's run that. Okay. And then this just brings in the first 3 rows. All right, so let's just change that to say first 3 rows. And then to bring in the last 5 rows is also possible. Don't really use this a lot, but to bring in the last 5 rows, you just say -5 and colon. And let's run that and see. Okay, and that brings in your last 5 rows. So let's change this comment and let's say last 5 rows. Okay. Then the other thing that people use a lot is something called head. So data head 5. Okay, and this just brings in the first 5 rows. So let's just bring it in. So select it and run the selection. Okay, and you can see it just brings in the first 5 rows. Even if you say, so let's just say data head here without a value, it also just brings in 5 rows. All right, and then if you want to bring in a certain, maybe all your rows on a specific column, you can as well. So if we do something like, let's just label this as brings in first 5 rows. Okay. Now if you want to bring in all rows and maybe a specific column, I'm going to do that. So data.iloc, square brackets, colon, comma, so that represents all rows, and then your column 2. Okay, and you can select that, and if you run that, you can see this brings in all your rows, but just this is probably the year column. Okay, and remember your columns and your rows always start from 0. So technically, if you're counting, this is the third column in your data frame. So I'm going to open the data frame now, and you can see it's 0, 1, 2, or your third column, which is year. Okay, then if you want to bring in a specific row, so like maybe you want to bring in row 4, column number 2, you can do that as well. So let's do that. So data.iloc square brackets and just 4, 2, and let's run that. Okay, so this brings in the 4th row, okay, and the 2nd column. So let's check that out. Okay, so 4th row, 2nd column, 2018. Okay, let's just, so this brings in, I'm just commenting this here, in all rows on the 2nd column. Okay, and then this brings in 4th row, 2nd column. Okay, so this is just how to use iloc to view certain subsets of your data. Awesome, I am going to end it here, and in the next lesson we'll learn how to split and drop columns, and also use the replace function, which is quite interesting too. I'll see you then. Bye.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hi everyone, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to be doing a bit more data transformation and data cleaning. There's a few more fields I actually want to work on. So let's get to it. Right, so I want to have a look at the data variable explorer. And there's a column that I don't really like, which is called client keywords. Okay, if you have a look, firstly, the client keywords consists of almost 3 different columns that are meshed into one, which is the client age, I would say the client type, and then the client maybe onboard year, I would say would be 3, or like a length of contract, would be 3 separate columns that are mixed into one column, which makes it a bit confusing and hard to analyze. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the split function in Python to split these 3 keywords because they're separated by a comma. So what we can tell Python is that as soon as you see the comma in this client keywords column, split the field to make it into 3 separate fields. Okay, so there is a function called split on Python which does it for us quite nicely, and let's just actually get to it. So I'm going to comment here and saying using split to split the client keywords field. Okay, and how it works is that we create, so let's just comment again, is a new variable, or the split variable is equal to the column, okay, .str.split. So .str.split is the split function, and open brackets and whatever the separator is, comma, and expand equals true. Okay, so that's a format, true. That's a format of splitting a column based on a specific separator. Our separator is the comma, all right? And we decide on the column, we decide on the separator, expand equals true, basically means that it's going to split all items. It's not going to stop after, the first item is split or something. It will split until it has been through every single comma in your field. So that's what expand equals true means. So let's have a look and see what we can do. So we're going to create a new variable. So let's just say split underscore col is equal to what column are we going to split? Again, let's bring in, so on my console, I'm going to say data.info in brackets. Okay, so I'm running that just to get the column name, which is client keywords. So you want client keywords to be split. So going back to the script, I'm going to say data, square brackets, and take client keywords, Command or Control C, and paste it in between the quotation mark. Should be expert at referencing columns now. Okay, .str.split, that's the split function. And in brackets, what is going to be our separator? So our separator, so make sure you have quotation marks, is just a comma. Because remember, client keywords are all separated by that comma. And then another comma, so I said space, after the quotation and the comma, I said space, comma, expand is equal to true. Let's run that and see. So select everything and run. Now, I know you're obviously a beginner in Python and learning these different functions and how they work and how to do them is quite hard, and it is hard to know off by heart. There are certain functions where I don't quite remember the format, but all of that is so easy to research and Google about, and it's not about understanding exactly how you write each function. It's about understanding the method, how Python uses that, the outcome, and what sort of format and how are you going to refer to different columns or different variables, etc. So the syntax is important, and the logic you get to decide to use certain functions or certain packages, etc. is important. Knowing exactly how to write a specific function is actually not that important. That you can Google anytime, but just understanding it is more important. Just because I know that, looking at this, it's always like, oh my word, how am I going to remember this? But you actually don't need to remember it. You need to remember why you're doing it, what's the outcomes, and, the exact format you need. But the rest of the things you can just Google. All right, so split column is here. And let's have a look and see. So double click on split column. That's a variable we created. And okay, so it looks pretty good actually. So it gave us 3 different columns. We have column 0, which has the client age, column 1, which has the client business type, and column 2, which has the length of the contract. So how long has the client been with the Value Inc. Cool. All right, and then based on that, we can create 3 new columns in our data frame and use the split column to populate it. So the first column I'm going to create, so let's just comment and say creating new column. Columns for the split columns in client keyword. Okay, so the first column, what's the first column? So let's call it client age. So client age is equal to, and let's go to split column. So the client age is equal to split column 0, right? Is the client age. So I'm going to say split square brackets 0. Okay. So usually when you create something like this, the column names are just numbers. Let's just Okay, the column names are just numbers, so I just opened a bunch now. So you can see 0, 1, 2. So usually if you don't define the column names, that's how Python creates column names. They're just straight numbers from 0 to whatever your max column is. So just to note, that's why we're saying split col, and then this is where your column name goes, but the column name is actually 0. So let's run that. So select that cell and function F9, or just run that specific selection, and let's go back to our data frame. Should be one extra column created, which is right. We're now on column 19. Let's have a look. Okay, and let's scroll to the right. Okay, perfect. Client age is there. All right. We will get rid of those square brackets soon. Don't worry. Okay, so let's do the same. Let's create another column and let's call it client type. And that would be the second column, right? So let's just have a look. I think it's the second column, which is column number 1. Yeah, is client type. So split col square brackets column 1. And then while we add it, let's create that client or length of contract equals split, can't type today, column 2. Yeah. And then let's just run these two because we didn't. So select them and run the selection. So there should be 21 now. Okay, perfect. Let's double click on them. I'm scrolling to the end and here we go. Here are our client types. Awesome. Okay, we need to get rid of those square brackets, especially on client age and length of contract, because that doesn't look right. So let's do that. So to get rid of the brackets, it's actually quite similar to how Excel works when you do a replace. So we're going to replace the square brackets with nothing, and there is a function called replace. So I'm going to start a new comment and say using the replace function. Okay. And using the replace function, what we can do is we can tell Python in a specific field what character we want to replace and what we're going to replace it with. So replace function basically replaces a specific phrase with another specific phrase. And it's used quite often when things like this shows up, like we don't want a random square bracket showing up. So for client age, so let's just open the data variable explorer. And I think it's client age that has the opening square bracket, right? Yeah. So client age has an opening square bracket and then length of contract has a closing one. So let's use the replace function. So we're going to go to data, client age is equal to, okay, so we're going to say the client age is equal to actually the data client age, all right, dot str dot replace. Okay, so quite similar to string, a dot split, we're going to do str dot replace. And then for replace, you open your brackets and basically you have what you want replaced and what you're going to replace it with. Okay, so we're going to say that our data.client age, okay, what we're going to do is it's going to be the current data.client age. Okay, so anything on the right of your equal sign is current. Okay, going to be the current client age, but replace the opening square bracket. Okay, so opening square bracket with nothing. Okay, and then a quotation mark with nothing inside, we'll just replace it with nothing. Okay, and let's select that and run it. and let's view. So I want you to go to your data file. And where it says client age. Okay, perfect. We're not seeing that square bracket on anymore. Okay, now I want you to pause the video and I want you to do exactly the same for length of contract, but remember the bracket is a closing bracket. Okay, so let's do it. So it will be data and length of contract is equal to data length of contract dot str dot replace, open brackets will be the closing square brackets, comma, and then double quotation marks with nothing inside. Okay, and let's run that. So select that and run it. And let's have a look. Okay, and you can see length of contract is fine. Doesn't have that closing bracket anymore. Perfect. The other thing I noticed while I'm scrolling, I actually don't like it very much, is if we click on data in the variable explorer and we go to item description. So everything is capital or uppercase, which I don't generally like because it is quite loud. And lowercase is just always better. So let's just change this to lowercase. So let's go hashtag using the lower function to change item to lowercase. Okay, and Python has a lower function, and similar to string and split, all you have to do is indicate that you want lower function for your certain column or variable, and it will do the work. Okay, so it will be data, and we want to work on item description. So I'm just going up to our summary to pull that column name. So there you go. I'm copying that and I'm pasting it here. Is equal to, and we're going to do the same. Okay, so changing the item description in data, how we're going to change it is we're going to take the item description in data, we're going to do a string lower, and that's it. Okay, there's not much we need to tell it other than change everything in this column to a lowercase. And let's select it. And then run it. Okay, and then you can double check and you can see that everything there should be lowercase. So I'm opening up data in Variable Explorer. And if we go to item description, you can now see everything is lowercase. Okay. All right, so the three functions we learned is we learned about splitting, we learned about replacing, and we learned about changing it to lowercase. It's all quite similar. You call your column that you're working on or that needs work. You put a .str.replace or .str.lower or .str.split, and then you indicate the parameters on there. Okay. The other thing I just wanted to touch on as well is that we can also merge files. So let's just say that you have another data set, and we do have another data set, and we want to add it to our current data source, which is our data file. How do we do that? Now there is a thing in programming called joining data, and that's exactly what we're going to do, is we're going to join a data set to our main data file. And the data set we're going to be joining is just seasonal data from Value Inc. And I'll show you the data set in a minute. And all this data set is doing is that it's indicating per month whether it's high or low season for Value Inc. Okay, so essentially what we're going to do is I want another column where I want that data set to tell me, I want another column where the source of that column would be from the new data set we're adding. And based on the month, it's going to tell me what season it is. So let's have a look at that data set. I'm just going to open my Excel. Okay, so this is the data set. It's the value in seasons file, which you would have downloaded. And it's really, really simple. All it's telling us is the month and what season is it. Is it high season? So is it peak? Are people shopping? Is it low season or is it mid? Okay, and with this data, I want a column in our data frame where if the month is Jan, the corresponding column must be high. If the month is June, the corresponding column must be high. If the month is April, the corresponding column must be low. So we can do that by joining on Python. Okay, and the joining function is essentially what we call merging, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So let's create a new comment and let's just say how to merge files. Okay, let's create a new column and let's say bringing in a new data set. And the data set we are going to bring in, so if we go to our files, it is going to be the valueincseasons.csv. I want you to pause the video and try it yourself. We did bring in transactions.csv. It's exactly the same how we're going to bring in valueinc seasons data. So I want you to pause the video and try and bring it in yourself. You can write your script exactly here and it's exactly the same minus the file name that we did at the beginning of the script. All right, so if you did something like this, where it's called some variable name, I gave it seasons equals pd read CSV, the CSV file name and the separator, you're good to go. So this is exactly the same as how we brought in our transaction CSV at the beginning of the script. So here we go. Okay, we're not going to call seasons the data file because it's its own data source, so it needs to have a different variable name. So if you have named it data, just rerun your file and change the name. So change the name to seasons and then rerun the file. All right, so if you ran this, then seasons would have appeared. And now if you double click seasons, we have month and the season. So how do we merge it? So generally to merge files, it's usually in this format. Merging files. So you have your merge file or your merged data frame is equal to pd.merge. So Pandas does have a merge function. Okay. And it's your old data frame and your new data frame. And it's going to be on equals key. Okay. So essentially this is the format, right? So your new merge data frame is going to be from a function called merge, which is from Pandas. We're going to state what our old or primary data frame is. In this case, it's data. Our new data frame, in this case, is seasons. And on key, what's the common field between the two? And we know the common field is month, right? Because for the month in our data table corresponds to the same month in our seasons table, and then we want that season value to be pulling through, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say data. So because I want this merged, is equals to pd.merge. Our primary data frame is data. Okay, so remember on the right is current, on the left is new. Okay, so I still want data as my primary data frame. I'm saying data is now going to consist of what we currently have as data. Okay, so as you click on Variable Explorer now, that's exactly what data is at its current state. And joined with and joined with our seasons data frame, our seasons table. Okay, how are we going to join it? So on equals, and it's going to be month. Okay, so what it's saying is that in our data table, so I'm just going to open the data table, Python is going to do this. Okay, so in our data table, that's our primary table, Python is going to look at the month in a data table. It's then going to look at this month in a seasons table. So let's just bring in seasons. Okay, so it's going to look at the month in our seasons table and see where they match, and then bring in season. Okay. So let's run that. So I want you to select that and run the selection. Okay, and let's look at data. Okay, and now if we scroll right to the end, you can see we have season. Perfect. It doesn't bring month in because that is exactly the same field as what we have in, it's exactly the same field as what we have here. So it won't bring month from your season file. Okay. All right. So that is how you merge or join two tables on Tableau. Okay. And then the final thing what we want to do is we actually want to drop a few columns. So the reason being is that we don't need some columns. So the 4 columns we actually don't need are the day, month, year, because remember we created a date field. So we don't need year, month, day. And then we also don't need the client keywords. So yeah, we don't need client keywords because remember we did split that up into client age, client type, and length of contract. So I actually want that removed from the data frame. If we don't need it, rather just remove it because when we analyze the data with Tableau, you don't want to bring in unnecessary fields. So Python has this drop column, which is quite cool. It allows you to drop columns based on the column names, and you can just get rid of it. So we're going to do that. So let's create a comment here, and let's say dropping columns. And how the format is that we have the data frame is equal to the data frame that you are dropping, dot drop, and your column name, comma, axis equals 1. Okay, and axis equals 1 is just the column. So it's equal to 1 is 1 is a column, and then I think 0 is a row, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so because we want to drop a column, then it's axis equals 1. All right, so let's do it. So we know that we're working with data, and we are dropping columns in data. So data.drop. The column name is, you can just scroll up and see. So we're doing, let's do client keywords first. So client keywords, comma, axis equals 1. Okay, I want you to select that and run it. Okay, let's just search for client keywords. So open data. And you'll see client keywords won't appear. So as you can see, no client keywords. Perfect. And now I want you to do the same for day. So I want you to pause the video and do exactly the same for day. Okay. So if you dropped day, it would have been this here. So again, data, we want to work with data. We're dropping a column from data. We're dropping the day column. So let's have a look. Okay, and we can see day doesn't appear here. Perfect. Now to drop multiple columns is also quite easy. So I'm going to drop year and month in one line. So I'm going to say data is equal to data.drop. Okay. And how you reference it is like a list. So we're going to drop year and we're going to drop month. Just typing it out and then I'll show you now. Okay, so instead of just dropping one column, okay, if you want to drop multiple, you just embed it into square brackets. And then just as usual, like how you do a list or a tuple, it's quotation marks and then separated by a comma. And then comma axis 1. Okay, and let's run that. So select that and run it. Perfect, and let's have a look. Okay, right, so we just have time and that's it. We have our dates here, we have our client keyword separated into 3 columns there, and we have our season. Awesome, I think we are done with this project. We really did a lot of cleaning and transformation on the data. And I think it's ready for Tableau. So we'll get to Tableau at the second half of the course. But for now, what we can do is we can export this to a CSV, store it in our data file or in our data folder. And then when we get to Tableau, we can connect to it. So let's export it. So I want you to create a new comment and say export into a CSV. And there is Pandas has quite a nice function called toCSV, which exports your data frame to a CSV depending, and you get to choose the file name. All right, so the location where the export happens is your working directory, which is also quite nice. So it's going to be data.toCSV. And in commas, in brackets, you have your file name. So we can call it, let's call it value inc cleaned .csv. So make sure you have that extension .csv. And then index equals false. Oh, FALSE. Okay, so what we're saying is our data frame, we want it as a toCSV. This is a new file name, right, that we're going to export to. Index equals false, so I'm sure you've noticed that the data frame has an index. And if you want to include it in your export, you can make it true. And if you don't, you can make it false. So because we have a user ID and a transaction ID, where the transaction ID represents a unique row, we actually don't need an index. So that's why I said index equals false. So if there wasn't any sort of transaction ID, then we would need to know like what distinguishes a unique row, which would be your index. But because there's a transaction ID present, we actually don't really need it. Okay. So again, the toCSV function, okay, it's on our data frame. This is our file name, and index equals false. We're not bringing in index. It's going to get saved in the same working directory as well. All right, so let's give it a run. So select it and run it. Okay. If you've also made some changes and some mistakes in some of your scripts, now's the time to just maybe do a full run of the file so you can get the updated data. Okay, awesome. Now let's go have a look in our directory. Okay, And now we can see this value inc underscore cleaned is appearing in our working directory. So you can see this is our Python file. This is the file that we just exported, and we can open it as well. So I'm just opening it. And here it is. This is our data that's cleaned. Awesome. That is it for this project. I hope you enjoyed it. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be moving on to another project, which is a loan analysis from a company called Bluebank. And we'll do the Python work there. And then we have another project as well coming up, which is a text analysis where we'll do some sentiment analysis. So those are the two projects that are upcoming. And I really hope you enjoyed this project here. A lot of cleaning and transformation, but I think we've learned some good functions and some good uses for Python. Also, just remember that even though it may seem like a lot, you're still a beginner. The important part is understanding the method, how Python works, and how to get a certain type of result that you want, because everything else is available, in multiple examples on the internet, in books, in free content as well, that you can always refer to. Just really take your time to understand why we're doing certain things, how we're doing certain things, and don't worry about not knowing any of the functions, formats, etc. off by heart. That's definitely not the function of being a good developer as well. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining. I'll see you in the next lecture where we start project number 2. Cool. See you then. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. So before we move on to project 2, I thought it might be a good idea for us to run our script from start to finish, comment out those lines of code that we knew would give us errors, that we went through in the previous lectures, just so we can make sure it runs completely. And we are planning on uploading this to GitHub, so I do want a script that fully runs. Okay, so let's run it. So before you do, just make sure you clear all your variables. Okay, so this eraser button, and you can either click it here or here. I just recently restarted Python, so that's why the variable explorer is empty. Okay, and now let's run. So the green arrow, press it. Okay, so here we go. There is an error, and I think I know what it is, but if you scroll up, it should give you, so on your the first time it actually brings the error, it will tell you what line. So it's saying line 76, and if you click on it, it actually sends your cursor to that line. Okay, so we know this was an error because we were just trying to do some testing to see what would work. So let's just comment that out. Okay, and let's run again. So let's clear our variables and say yes. And let's run it again. So green arrow and run it. Okay, so that took about 30 to 45 seconds for me, and everything is running. It gave me the green line, so now it's all good, no errors, so we are good. Okay, perfect. So I think now we're ready to start the next project. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. So we're ready for part 2 of the course, visualizing data. The good thing about Tableau is that it is quite easy to learn and not as technical as Python. So this is a much more easy user interface. It's designed to actually have your business users are developing your dashboards. So there is very little in terms of programming and coding. Now, Tableau Public is a 100% free tool. It is quite limited when you compare it to Tableau's paid product, which is the Tableau Desktop Edition, but it does what we wanted to do, which is create a dashboard using the files that we created in our projects. So when you're ready, you can open Tableau Public. And I just want to give you a tour of this interface. Okay, so generally when you open Tableau Public, you'll see this. If you don't, and if you see something like this, you can just click the Tableau icon on the left, and this shows you the start page. Okay, so over here you have your connect section, and here you can choose what data sources you want to connect. Okay, there's only about 6 data sources you can connect. They're all flat files or static files. You can also connect to OData, which is a connector, and you can connect to Google Drives, Google Sheets, and the Web Data Connector. So in this course, we're just going to be connecting to flat files. Like I said, Tableau is a free version of the Tableau desktop. Over here, the limitation with Tableau Public is that you can't save your workbook locally. All right, so you can't save this on your local computer when you're working on it. You need to save it online. The other thing to note for Tableau Desktop versus Tableau Public, like I said, you can only connect to limited data sources, whereas Tableau Desktop, there's quite a lot of data sources you can connect to. You can connect to cloud databases like AWS and Snowflake and Azure, as well as many others. And usually when you start creating files in Tableau or dashboards in Tableau Public, there'll be a history of the dashboards you create, which is why the space is white here. And on the right hand side is your discovery pane. So this is where you can discover some more videos and tutorials. Okay, so this is just some extra learning resources. There's also a viz of the day. So usually Tableau will choose an interesting visualization from Tableau Public, and then some other additional reading material. There's also some nice sample data sets that you can play around with as well if you do want to learn a bit more about Tableau. Okay, so that is the tour, and in the next lecture we'll actually connect to our first project data set, which is the Value Inc. transactional or sales data, and we'll start building our charts. So I'm going to end off here, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. Okay, so before we actually move on to build a dashboard, I thought I'll show you what kind of dashboard we'll be building. So this is our Value Inc. dashboard, and we are going to be connecting or allowing people to have a look at our Python script as well through GitHub. So if I click on this link, I can see the Python script that we used. And we're also going to be looking at how to create calculated fields on Tableau. We're also going to be working on filters, and this is the dashboard. So we're going to see the sales per month of Value Inc. We're also going to see the cost and profit per month. We are going to have a look at the profit by client age, the profit by client type. So seniors and corporations do well at Value Inc. and which items are actually generating the most profit. And we're also going to have a look at country. The dashboard also does filter, so if we click on the United States, now we just see data for the United States. We can also use the filters on top here. If we want to maybe look at a specific client age, such as, let's do senior. We also learn how to use parameters. Okay, so you see this card here where it says that our average markup percent is 44.93% for value inc, and it says amount to target is 25%. So we create a calculated field using parameters, and what we can do is value inc can go in and change their markup target. So maybe they want to achieve an 80% markup target. Okay, so if you say 80, and now what you can see is that our dashboard now filters, and it says the amount to target is 80% minus the average markup, which is 44%, to give us 35%. Okay, and that's what we'll be building. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone. Okay, so in the last lecture we just got used to Tableau and the interface, and in this lecture we're just going to go ahead and connect to our data source. So I want you to head over to the text file. So under your connect pane, let's head over to the text file. And you're going to navigate to that data file where we stored our data. And our data is stored as value inc cleaned. And so when you click that, so value inc cleaned.csv, and select open. Okay. And immediately when you connect to the data source, you get taken to this window, which is your data source window. And this is where Tableau will let you have a look at your data in a bit more detail before bringing it into the worksheets pane or the window. Okay, so I'll give you a tour of this data source pane. So on the left over here, you have your Tableau icon, so where you can switch from the start page to your current page. And then Tableau has a neat function where you can sort of go back or undo and redo. And this here is a refresh data source. So, maybe you made a change to your text file and you just want to refresh it, you can. Okay. This is where your connections occur. So you can see it's telling us that value inc cleaned is used and it's a text file. We can also add other connections. So if we want to add another data set, we can using this. So if we click add, we can then add a connection. Okay, so data interpreter, you don't need to click it, but it does clean some of your text files. So maybe there's something like merge cells, or maybe in your CSV file, you'll have one row blank and then your CSV file starts, it will remove that. So data interpreter just does some basic cleaning. And then usually Tableau tells you what other CSV files are in that main file that your data is being housed. So Tableau is telling me, okay, there's also a loan clean CSV, a transaction CSV, a value inc season CSV, and the value inc _ clean CSV, which is what we're using. So Tableau will say, hey, these are the other CSV files in your folder. And then there's a union. So union is when, let's just say we have maybe sales transactions for May and sales transactions for June, where the columns are exactly the same, but the tables are in two separate files per month, and we want those files together. You can use a union. So union will take those files and basically copy and paste them one on top of each other just to make it one file. Okay, and here is our main window. So this is where we can rename our data source, which is what I'm going to do. So I want you to click on it, double click and backspace, and we can say value inc sales analysis data source. Okay, this is a table name, and if you double click on this, you'll see the actual table. Okay, so if we close this here and we go to this table name and hover over it, you can see Tableau is saying this is a logical table, and double click this logical table to see its physical table. Okay, and what this means is that this first table here is just a big container, and maybe in our sales analysis data source we want to add other files in. All right, then we do so if we double click, and maybe we want to add other files and join it a specific way. So for instance, if you remember back in project 1 when we added seasons in, okay, using a merge in Python, we could have done it here. We could have brought seasons in here and joined it to this value cleaned in Tableau. So that's also possible. We will do a join later on in the lectures. Okay. You can also rename the tables if you want as well. So you just double click and you can rename it, but I'm going to leave it. Okay. Moving on, if we scroll down here, this here just tells you what tables we have selected if we have, more than one tables around here. And this section here just gives you a summary of what columns they are. Okay, the table that it's from, and the field that Tableau, or the actual, this is the actual field name. Okay, so this is the actual field name, and what Tableau does is that Tableau likes to clean the field names without us doing anything. So you can see that user ID is the actual field name with no spaces, and Tableau actually adds that field, or adds that space in. Okay, the same with transaction ID and item code, item description. So it cleans it up a bit, which is nice. All right. And you can see there's a type here. So Tableau and many data platforms have different data types, like how we discussed it in Python. And it just tells us that. So if we click on user ID and click this hashtag symbol, it tells us it's a number and it's a whole number. We can also change it. If we think, hey, user ID should be a decimal, we can. Transaction ID, it's also saying it's a whole number. Time, if we click on time, okay, it's saying it's a date and time. Item code, it's saying it's a whole number. ABC, that's a string, so it's saying item description is a string. Okay, and these here, it's a number of items. It's a number whole. Cost per item is a number decimal. Selling price would be a number decimal. Country is a string, but if we go to geographic role, you can see Tableau knows it's a country or region. Okay, and it's doing that because it knows it's a country and region. It automatically generates longitude and latitude coordinates. Okay, Tableau does that. Right, and so on. Now, the other thing I want to note is that you'll notice that some fields are blue. So this icon is blue and this icon is green. We will get to that in a later lecture. Okay, so I'm going to just close this. Okay, and now this will just give you an example of how the table looks. So I want you to click Update Now. Then it gives us a warning that sometimes the data may take a while to load. Okay, but now we have the data in, right? And we can do the same thing as well, so we can change the type if we wanted to. Okay, and you can see as you hover through columns, there's an arrow that shows up. So if we click on this arrow, okay, You can do some cleaning and some transforming here. So you can duplicate the field, you can rename the field. If you rename the field, you can also reset the name, or you can reset the name to how it was in our initial data set, which was item, no space, description. Okay, you can copy the values if you want to, paste it on Excel. You can also hide the field. So if you don't need a field, you can hide it here. And that way, when we build our charts and workbooks, you don't ever see the field. It makes your workbook a bit cleaner. Aliases as well. So if you want to maybe rename would stamp set thank you to something else, you can do so using aliases. You can also create calculations, groups and sets and parameters, which we'll get through in the later lectures. You can change the data type. You can add a geographical role, like how Tableau added countries. And if you click describe, this will just give you a description of the actual field. Okay, so this is just a brief description of the field. Okay. So, everything here looks fine. We have all the fields we need. Okay. The one field that I don't think we're going to use is something called mid. Okay. I know we brought it in, but I really wanted to show you how to do merges on Python. We don't really need it for this dashboard, so I'm going to hide it. So I want you to click on season and click on the arrow and say hide. Okay. So now we won't see season field unless we come back to this window, which we can, and unhide it. You can also add filters if you want. So maybe you only want to see a specific date of transactions. You can do that. So if we go to, so let's just click update now. Okay, and you can see 2018 transactions are coming through. So if we go to add filter, and it says edit data source filters, and let's click add, and let's go to date and click OK. And now it's asking, how do you want the data filtered? Do you want just the years filtered? Do you want the quarters? Do you want the months, days, etc.? Do you want a relative date? So relative date will be something like last week or 2 months ago, right? So a relative date is a date relative to today, or a range of dates, like from the 1st of February to the 3rd of March. So let's do years and click next. And let's exclude. So if you click this, we're just saying, hey Tableau, just filter 2018 data. So just show me 2018 data. But I want to maybe say exclude, and I'm saying Tableau, exclude 2018 data. I don't want to see it. Okay. Click OK. And click OK. And if we say update now, okay, we won't see 2019 data anywhere. Even when we build our dashboards, we still won't see it. Okay, to remove a filter, we go to edit. Again, click on this and click edit. And unselect that, click OK. Or you can also remove and say OK. There's other things you can filter. Maybe if you want to filter a specific country as well, you can. Right. I think we're done here. We explained most of the things. The other thing, just before we move on, if you want to choose maybe a specific amount of rows, so this is showing 100. If you click here, it will show you the next 100 rows. And if you continue to click, it will show you the next 100. Okay. And then if we press on settings, we can also order this differently. So if we wanted to order the columns A to Z ascending, we could. Okay. And now you can see the columns are ordered A to Z ascending. If we want to show our hidden field, we can. So click on this gear icon again. And maybe we can say show hidden fields. And you can see season is now showing. It's in gray still because it's hidden. If we want to unhide it and bring it into our dashboard because we want to use it, we right click on the column and say unhide. Okay, but I still want it hidden, so that's fine. I'm going to keep it hidden. And I think we are ready. So when you're ready, click on sheet 1 here. And that's it. Okay, so I'm going to end this lecture here. In the next lecture, we'll start building some charts. So I'll see you then. Bye. Hi, welcome back. So in the last lecture, we connected our data set, which is the Value Inc. Sales Analysis dataset. And in this lecture, we are going to be building some charts. So before we do that, let me just introduce you to this window. So this window is where we are going to be building all our charts as well as our dashboard. And I just want to give you a quick tour. Okay, so if you look at the top left, we have this Tableau icon. And if you click on it, it switches to the start page. And if you click back, it switches to your current page. To go to that same data source pane we are looking at, you can go to the bottom here and click data source. And now we're back to the data source window. To go back to our worksheet, we click on sheet. Okay. Like I said in the previous lecture, these back arrows represented undo and redo. If you want to add a new data source, you can using this button. So if we click on it, it goes back to the connect window and we can add a new data source. This here is if we want to click for a new worksheet. So a worksheet is the sheet where we will build our individual chart. The workbook is the entire Tableau workbook. And a dashboard is multiple worksheets together. This is if you want to duplicate. And the others we'll get to when we use them. On the left here, you can see we have our actual data. So this is the renamed data source. And it's showing us this is the data we are connecting to. And we have the fields. So you can see the fields in our data source are separated into two sections. There are blue fields and there are green fields. So the blue fields represent dimensions and the green fields represent measures. Dimensions in Tableau contain qualitative values such as names, dates, geographical data as well. Okay. So we can use dimensions to sort of segment and categorize our data. Measures, on the other hand, are quantitative. All right, so you can sort of you can do mathematical operations on them. All right, so like cost per item, we can multiply it by number of items purchased, and then we'll get the actual cost per transaction, for instance. Okay, so measures you can work with because you can do mathematical operations on them. They're measurable, whereas dimensions you can't. Okay, and Tableau automatically arranges it when you bring that data source in. Okay, and then finally the last few windows, so the sheet 1 window, pages, filters, marks, columns, rows, and show me is how we are going to be building our charts. So I think that's all you need to know. Let's build a chart. So if you remember the project brief for Value Inc., I'm just going to pull it up for you. Okay, so this is a project brief, and just to run it quickly, sales analysis for Value Inc. So Value Inc. is a retail store that sells household items all over the world by bulk. The sales manager has no sales reporting, but he has a brief idea of what's happening. He has no idea of the monthly cost, profit, and top-selling products. And he wants a dashboard on this and says that the data is currently stored in an Excel sheet. Okay, so this makes sense. And let's move back to Tableau. So I think one of the things the sales manager would want to see is something like sales per month, right? We do have our sales per transaction field, and we have a date. Okay, so I want to see sales per transaction by date. So I want you to click on date, so until the pull is highlighted in blue. I want you to drag it, and let's drop it by columns. Okay, so what happens? Well, this window here gets populated, and it has 2018, 2019, and 2028, which looks wrong. But we can get to this. And now I want you to take sales per transaction and bring it to rows. So drag, drop onto rows. Okay, we have a chart. So we have 2018 data, 2019 data, and 2028 data. So if you hover over, you notice that a tooltip or window pops up, and it actually tells you the year of the date and the sales per transaction. So for 2018, if we go to 2019, and then 2028. So to note, when we pulled in date, so when we selected it and pulled it in, you could notice that it changed to year of date. And Tableau does this with any date field, is that it'll aggregate it to year. And if we click on this plus sign, it moves into quarter. So you can see 2018, and then it's separated into quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. And if you press plus again, it goes to month of date. Okay, so you can see there's 2018, quarters, and then the months. So that's definitely quite confusing. So let's contract this. So to contract it, you click on the minus in the first field. And then if you want to expand it again, you can. Okay, and let's change this. So let's click on this arrow. And let's change it to, so I don't want just the month to be shown, I want the month and the year. So let's change it to month and year. So make sure the month is shown, May 2015, for example. Okay, perfect. Now, there's obviously some issue here with this data. 2028 has not occurred yet, or not that I know of, and the data is not right. So I'm going to filter out the year 2028. So to do that, if you want to remove data, I want you to go to date, because we want to remove the year, and the year is in the date field. Drag and drop it to filters. It's not going to ask you, how do you want to filter on date? And I just want to filter on year. Click next. And I want to exclude 2028. Right, so let's click exclude, and let's select 2028. And this is showing me that 2018, 2019 is in. We're going to exclude, so there's a strike through 2028. And it even confirms it here. It says exclude one of 3 values for year of date. And select OK. Okay. That looks better. This is quite nice. It's giving us the sales per month. So if we hover, we have a look, and we can see the month and the sales per transaction. Now, this sales per transaction should actually have a currency to it. So I'm going to change it. So to change that format, you go back to that original field. So we're looking at sales per transaction. Click on this arrow. Now, when you click on this arrow, you can do quite a lot of things. You can duplicate the field, you can rename it, you can convert to discrete, which means that we can't join the data together. You can convert to dimension, okay, so which means to make it a dimension, which is not true, it is a measure. You can change the data type. You can assign a geographical role. You can do a group by, and you can describe. What we're going to do is we're going to go to default properties, and we're going to go to number format, and let's change it to currency, and change it to whatever currency you want. So I'm going to change it to dollars, so that should be in English, and go to United States and click OK. Okay, now you notice that this axis is quite huge. Do we really need all those zeros, or can we do something like 140 M? So, and the M represents millions. So yes, we can. So because we're working with this axis, right, these two fields represent the axis, right? So this field here represents a month, and this field here represents the sales per transaction. So if I want to change this field, month of date, to year, it will show up on this chart. And if I want to change it back, it will show up on the chart. Similar, if I want to change the rounding, I change it here. So click on this arrow and click on Format. Okay. And you can see it says, do you want to format the font, the shading, the ticks, the numbers? That's what we're going to format. And let's do currency, standard. Let's change it to United States again, so do English and United States. Okay, and then let's go to custom. And you can see you can change the display units, but I think 2 is fine as 2 decimal places. Negative values can be represented by brackets, that's fine. And then display units, let's make it millions. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now, if we change the format in this field, so if we did it here and we went to click on the arrow to go to default properties and to go to number format, okay, we could have changed it. So if we went to currency custom, we could have changed the display units here. But if you change it on this pane, so if you change the format on this pane, it's going to apply to every single chart, okay, or every single table you create on Tableau. Whereas if we change it here, it just applies to this chart. Because I don't know, maybe if I am creating a table, I don't know if I actually wanted it rounded to the nearest million. Maybe I want the actual decimal place to show. So always when you're working with charts and you want to round up the axis, do it here. Okay, and now that we're done, we can actually do some formatting, maybe add a heading. So let's add the heading. So let's double click on sheet 1. And let's select everything and backspace. And let's change the font. So let's make it Tableau Bold. So click on the arrow by Tableau Light. Go to Tableau Bold. And let's do maybe 12. So click on 15 and go to 12. Centralize your heading. And let's say sales per month. And select OK. I then like to format this whole sheet. I don't like grid lines. Maybe we can change the color, and maybe we can change the font to Tableau Bold as well for the axis. So let's do that. So to format the sheet, click on any space in the sheet or right click. Select Format. Grid lines are the last icon here. So this is your format sort of window or pane that pops up. This here you can change the font. In this one you can change the alignment. Here you can change the shading. Here you can change cells if you're working with tables. And here you change grid lines. So at grid lines, Tableau separates it into sheet, rows, or columns, but you can see the grid lines is just occurring at a row value. So if we go to rows, select the grid line, it's a very faint grid line, and say none. Better. Let's change the font while we're at it. So let's go to this A, We're going to apply the font to the whole sheet at the worksheet level, because for the whole sheet we want the same font. Click on Tableau Book, click on the arrow, and let's do Tableau Bold. Okay, great. We can close this pane. Okay, it looks much better. And now let's just change the color. So I know Value Ink has quite an orange-red color, so maybe we should stick to those sort of colors because they do look better. So let's click on color and let's do red. Okay, and then if you click out. So this marks pane is actually used to format your graph. All right, so we clicked on color and we can change whatever color we want. So I'm going back to red. You can also change the size of the graph. So if you click on size, and if we expand it, you can see it gets really thick. So I'm going to maybe make it in between these 2 points. You can also add a label, which is what we're going to do. I actually want a label for every month to make it easier to see. Okay, so if we drag sales per transaction and we'll drop it on label, let's see how that will look. So click sales per transaction and drop it on label. Okay, awesome. Again, let's do some rounding here. All right, so I want to round this field, which is my label field. So let's click on the arrow here and go to Format, go to Numbers, go to Currency Custom, and change to Display Units, change to millions. Perfect. All right. And the other thing I just wanted to show you quickly is that we can also change the type of graph. So you can see in your marks pane, automatic is showing up with a line. If we click on it, we can do a bar chart. If we click on it again, we can do an area chart and so on. Okay, so I like a line chart, so I'm just going to stick to line charts. Tooltip as well, just to bring that in, is, you know, when you hover over, it says a specific, the month you're hovering over and the sum sales per transaction, and you can edit it as well. So if we want to maybe make this bold, so I'm just selecting that and I'm making it bold, and maybe I'm going to make it red. Okay, let's do the same. So let's select sales per transaction, let's make it bold, and let's make it red, and click OK. Now if we hover over, we see that it has applied our formatting. Okay, so that is our first chart done. It's pretty easy to do. And in the next lecture, we will create some more charts as well. So I'll see you there. Bye.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hi everyone, welcome back. So in the last lecture, we created the sales per month chart. And in this lecture, I am going to create 2 similar charts, one for profit, one for cost, so that we have 3 charts: a sales, a profit, and a cost. So let's do that. Before we start, I actually want to rename the sheet 1 at the bottom. So let's do that. So double click on sheet 1, backspace, and let's call it sales per month. To create a new worksheet, there's this icon just after or to the right of sales per month, this icon here. If you click on it, it creates a new sheet. While we're here, let's rename the sheet. So double click on sheet 2 and say backspace, and let's call it cost per month. Okay. Now, quite similar to sales per month, we need date and we need cost per transaction. So let's select date and let's drag it and drop it in columns. Okay. And cost per transaction, let's drag it and drop it in rows. Okay. Again, I don't want year, I actually want month year. So let's change that. So select columns and go to the arrow here. I want you to go down past this section to the next one where it says month year and select it. Okay. I don't want the 2028 data in because that's incorrect. So let's sort that out. So again, we're going to add date as a filter. So click date and drag it into a filter. I want to filter all data with a year 2028. So click on years. Click next. We can do an exclude and tell Tableau to exclude 2028 and click OK. Perfect. So now this shows me the cost per month. Now remember in the last chart, sales per month, we did all of this formatting. And I wonder if there is a shortcut so we don't need to redo the formatting. Okay. So if we go to sales per month and just hover over it and right click, there is a function called copy formatting. So if we select that and we go to cost per month and right click over the tab and say paste formatting. Okay, we can see that something really similar happens. We have similar formatting between sales per month and cost per month. Now in cost per month, we also wanted a label for the cost. Okay, so let's bring in cost per transaction. We're going to drag it and drop it to labels. I think we should change this format to have millions as display units again. Okay, so because we only want to change the label of this graph, we go to the label, which is here. Select it. Go to format. Go to numbers. Let's choose the currency from currency standard. Okay, and we're going to choose English United States. Then let's change the display unit. So go to custom. And then 2 decimal places is fine, but let's change the display units to millions. Perfect. And the heading. So I want it quite similar to sales per month. So let's go to cost per month. Double click the heading. Okay. Select all. And because we named our tab first, cost per month, it takes the sheet name, which is fine. Let's centralize it. Let's change this to Tableau Bold. And let's change this to 12. And click OK. Perfect. Since sales is in red, maybe we should do cost in a different color. So let's do maybe cost in gray. So let's change the color. And maybe let's make it this third gray here. Okay. And let's change the thickness. So let's go to size. And I like it maybe in between these 2 points. Okay, great. That's cost per month. Now the next graph we want to do is profit per month. Again, really similar to cost per month and sales per month, except we just want profit. So there is a shortcut we can do. Instead of creating a new sheet, I want you to go to cost per month and I want you to right click and say duplicate. This is a shortcut that I always use. Okay. because I want the filters the same, I want the formatting the same, maybe I'll change the color. And the only thing I want replaced is every time there's cost per transaction, I want it as profit per transaction. Okay. So here is profit per transaction, but I actually want it renamed because there's no space in between the per. So click on the arrow and click on rename. Okay. And let's make a space like that and a capital P. Okay, and if you click out, it changes. And now let's bring in profit per transaction here and here. So how do we do that? Well, if you click it, you drag and you just drop it right over. You can see that some cost per transaction highlights or gets outlined in black. So as soon as that happens, drop it. Awesome. And do the same here. So profit per transaction, click, drag, and drop it as soon as it's on top. Great. Let's change the format of this again. So instead of having the full numbers, I just want millions. So click on the arrow, click on format, go to numbers. Let's change the currency first. So using currency standard, we're going to go to English United States. And currency custom, we're going to change to millions. Okay. Now instead of cost per month, this is actually profit per transaction. So let's change this. So I want you to double click on cost per month tab, backspace, and say profit per month. And click out. And this changes. Perfect. Okay, let's change the color as well. Since cost is gray, maybe you can make profit an orange color. Yeah, something like that. So I'm using that orange. If you want a more custom colors, you can go to more colors. And you can pick on a color wheel, like whatever color you want. You can pick versus by grayscale slider. You can use a predefined palette, the spectrum, or some color pencils. All right, but I'm fine with this orange color, so I'm just going to click OK. You can also change the opacity of the line. So you can see this line gets more transparent, but that's fine. And you can change the marker. So that's a bigger dot, and then this one here is just automatic. Okay. Okay, and now I just want to create maybe 2 more graphs where I want to see the profit by client age and the profit by client type. So let's do that. Again, I want to keep the same formatting because I think it looks nice. So instead of creating a new sheet, I'm going to duplicate. So right click. Okay, make sure it's profit per month and say duplicate. And instead of the month, I actually want profit by client age. So let's see what happens if we click on client age, drag it and drop it over month, or just to the left of month, and remove month. Okay. All right, so now we have the client age. Okay, so we have adult, middle age, senior, and young adult. And what I want here is, firstly, maybe a different color, but I think secondly, I want to remove these quotation marks. And to do that, we can do it quite easily. So if you go to client age here, click on the arrow and click on aliases. Okay. And here, what we can do is you can change how a name appears. So instead of quotation, adult quotation, if we click on here and we click on value alias, so just double click, we can remove the quotation marks. Okay. And now what Tableau says is that every time it sees quotation, adult, quotation, it's just going to say adult. Okay, and then you can see this is populated. So for this one, which is middle age, I'm also going to do the same. I'm going to remove the quotation. For senior as well. And then for young adult. Okay, and if you click OK, all right, you can see this changes. Let's change the color. So let's click color. And maybe, actually, you know what color is profit? Profit is orange. Maybe we'll leave it as orange since we are still dealing with profit. Okay. The other thing I want to do is I want to sort this. So Tableau, you can sort this in a lot of ways. So you can sort this from highest to lowest, from lowest to highest. Okay, so if you use this here, so this will sort it from lowest to highest, or ascending. And if we use this, it will do highest to lowest. But I actually want to sort it in terms of age. So I want young adult, adult, middle age, and senior. So from here, it must start young adult, adult, middle age, senior. So you can do that on your actual graph. So I want client age to be sorted. So go to this pull here and click on the arrow and go to sort. Okay, the sort, what we're going to be sorting is if you click on the options, it has data source, order, alphabetical, field, manual, or nested, and we're going to do a manual sort. Okay, and now all we do is we click and we move it. So I want young adult first. I then want adult, which is fine, middle age, and then senior, and close it. Awesome. Let's call this graph profit by client age. So just double click on the sheet tab. And instead of per month, let's say by client age. Okay. And I actually like to sort out my charts. So this is quite constricted. There's a whole lot of blank space here that it's not using. So this is where we can expand our charts. So instead of standard, click here and let's do entire view. Okay. So the next graph we're going to do something similar, except instead of client age, we're going to do client type. So you know the drill. Let's duplicate this. So right click and say duplicate. Instead of profit by client age, we're going to double click that. Instead of age, let's do type. And instead of client age here, we're going to bring in client type. So click on client type, drag it and drop it. Perfect. Same thing that's happening here. I want to remove these quotation marks, so I want to change the alias. So let's go to client type, go to the arrow and go to aliases. Okay, this is the actual field and this is a new field that we're going to be calling, so just remove the quotations here as well. So click on it and quotations are removed. And here as well. And then click OK. All right. I also want it sorted again. So I want solo, entrepreneur, then small business, then corporation. So a manual sort. So let's go to client type because we want to sort it on this axis. Go to sort. Our sort window opens and let's go and click data source order, go to manual and let's start off with solo entrepreneur and move him up. Then small business, moving one up. So it looks like this. Okay, and you're going to close it. All right. And then the second to last graph I actually want to create is the profit by item code, where I want profit and actually want it by item code. Okay. So again, let's duplicate this chart. So right click, profit by client type, and say duplicate. And I think instead of client type, let's bring in item. So we can bring in item code. So click on it and drop it. So right on top of client type, drop it. Okay, it's quite a lot of item code, so it's asking you, are you sure you really want to bring in everything, and select add all members. Okay, looks quite untidy now. Mostly this is because we tried to fit everything in an entire view. So let's change this and say fit with. Okay. And let's rotate this as well. So I actually want the item code here and rows here, which you can do using this icon right here. Okay. And then the other thing I want to do is let's sort it from largest to smallest. Okay. And one more thing I do is that sometimes with something like item code and item description, or anything to do with hierarchy, so for example, department, store, division, or something like student, teacher, professor, they all are hierarchical dimensions, right? And when they are hierarchies, what you can do is we'll be able to group them and expand and contract. Similar to how we were able to do that from year to month to quarter, etc. We can do this with item code. So in our data set, I think item code and item description should be in a hierarchy together. And it's really easy to turn this into a hierarchy. So click on item description and drag it until it's just on top of item code and drop it. Okay. Tableau is going to ask if we want to create a hierarchy where item code is first and item description is second, and I'm going to say yes. Okay. And now what happens is these two fields are grouped together into item code and item description. And if we bring in item code, a plus sign appears, and if we click on that plus sign, we can go to item description, which is pretty cool. Let's rename this to profit by item code. So double click on the sheet. Instead of client type, say item code and click out. Okay. All right, and I think I'm going to end the lecture here because we are going to create one or maybe two more worksheets to put into our dashboard. One's going to be a map and the other one is going to be calculations. And I want to save that for a separate lecture. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone. Okay, so in this lesson we are going to create a map, which is pretty cool. So let's do that. Now I'm going to duplicate again my chart because I want to keep all this nice formatting. So with profit by item code, let's right click and let's say duplicate. And let's just remove all of the fields from this chart. Okay. Let's rename this to profit by country. And let's bring in country. So look for country here and double click. Okay, and when you double click, you notice something amazing happens is Tableau already creates a map. Two fields are added, longitude and latitude, which remember I told you, once Tableau assigns a geographical field or data type to a country, it creates those longitude and latitude coordinates in the background. Okay, just for this purpose, so we can use it to map it out. And what this is telling us is all of the countries that Value Inc. has sales in. The cool part here is that you can also size them. So you can size these dots based on maybe a measure. So how much profit they have, how much sales they have, which I think is quite cool. So I am going to do maybe sales per transaction, and let's size it by sales. So click on sales per transaction, drag it and drop it by size. Okay. Now you can see something interesting. It looks like most of the sales for Value Inc. is in the United Kingdom. So we can zoom into the map using these two buttons. So zoom in and zoom out. So I'm just zooming in. And if we go to this icon and click on this, this just helps us navigate the map. And what's happening here is that UK has so much sales that everything else is so little. Okay, which is fine, I guess. We can also change the type of map. Okay, so if we go to Show Me, and you can see this is selected now, which is a map, but there are dots. We can change it to a fold map. So if we click on that, okay, and this is now a fold map. So what does this mean? Right, this is by color. So Tableau assigns a color and they've assigned blue. And what they're saying is that the lighter areas make between 0 million to about 100-ish million. And then the darker areas make between 100 to 230 million. Okay, so if we hover over, we can see exactly how much each country makes, which I like. Okay, so we can change the colors. So let's do that. So let's change the color. Let's go to color. Go to edit colors. And maybe instead of blue, let's find a red, or maybe a red-green. Okay, so it starts off red and goes to green. So there is a red-green diverging. So let's click on it. Okay, and let's click apply. Let's see how it looks. Okay. So now what this is saying is that anything halfway between 0 and 229, which is about 115, so anything between 0 and 115 million is red, and anything greater is green. And what we can do is we can actually change that range. Okay. So here is if we want to use a stepped color, which I don't. I like this sort of gradient. Click on advanced. Okay. And click start, end, and center. So what this is saying is where the data starts, where it ends, and where our center should be. So maybe for me, I think any country producing more than 10 million should be green. So our center can be 10 million. So let's change that center and say 10. Okay, and click apply. All right. So now most countries are that orange color, okay, which is maybe below 10, and then the rest is green. Okay. We can also add the actual sales per transaction. So if we go to sales per transaction here and drag it to label, our sales show up. Okay. I'm going to keep it like that because I like it. You can go ahead and change the colors if you want, but I'm fine with that. Now there are other options for maps. So if we go to map here at the top, you can add a background map, okay, through Mapbox or WMS map. You can also change the shading. So if we click normal, okay, it changes it. If we click dark, it changes, and onwards. So you can, so I like light. And then you can also add specific images as well, and you can just make more adjustments. So if we click map layers, over here you can select to maybe show something like a coastline, or a terrain, or maybe the base, and it just edits the map. Okay. Right, and those are maps on Tableau. The last one I want to create is, I want to create a card, so just maybe a small block of or tile of text, where it shows me the average markup percentage. And I also want to add some sort of budgeting feature in there. So let me just explain a bit. So usually sales companies have specific targets, right? So let's just say, for instance, Value Inc. is aiming to have a markup or an average markup percentage of 60%, all right? And their average markup percentage right now is at 40%. Most companies would want to know, okay, what is our average markup currently? What's our target? And how much more do we need to achieve the target? So if Value Inc.'s average markup is 40%, the target is 60%, Value Inc. would need 20% more. So they need to make 20% more profit or more markup somewhere else, right? So we can actually create a tile to give Value Inc. those stats. So let's create a new worksheet. And actually, let's delete this worksheet. So it says sheet 8, just delete it. Let's duplicate one to keep the formatting. So maybe do profit per item code. Right click and say duplicate. And let's just remove all the fields except year date. That's a filter. And let's bring in markup. So select markup and drag it into rows. Okay. We can change this to a text. So if we select show me, and show me is quite cool because depending on your fields or your tiles on columns and rows, it tells you what graphs are possible, and if you click on it, it creates it. Okay, so right now it's telling us horizontal bars are possible. We can click on it. It's also telling histograms are possible, so if we click on histograms, it creates a histogram. All right, and many more. But I'm just going to go back. Okay, and let's create text. So for text tables. Okay. All right, and now it's giving us a sum of markup, which doesn't make sense because we don't sum percentages. Okay, so if we want our average markup percentage, so remember markup is the percentage difference between your cost and your selling price. So a markup of 20% means that you bought a product for 10 Rand or $10 and you sold it for $12. Okay. So a sum of markup doesn't make sense. We should do an average. And to do it on Tableau, it's quite simple. So every time we bring in fields into our pane, you notice Tableau does some sort of aggregation. Most of the time it's sum. Okay. We can change that if we want. So if we want a count or average, we can do that. So if you go to this tile, click on the arrow, click on measure sum, and change it to average. And as you can see, there's many options. You can also change to maybe the minimum markup value that shows up on a data set, the maximum, the percentile, the standard deviation, etc. But I'm changing it to average. Okay. It says 0.449. Markup should actually be a percentage, so this should be 44.99%. And we can change that. So markup here, click on the arrow, click on default properties. Oh, Sorry about that. Go to number format. And instead of how we used to change it to currency, we're going to change it to percentage, and 2 decimal places is fine. Perfect. All right. And now let's just change this tile to entire view. So instead of standard, let's change it to entire view. And let's centralize it. So go to text. Okay, so this is where we can change anything we want with the text. And we're going to change the alignment. And let's make it center. Okay. And let's do something else. So let's go back to the text. Go to where it says average markup and the 3 dots. And this is where we can edit the text to decide how it shows up here. So let's select average markup and let's change this to maybe 15 as a font size. Okay, let's say enter, and let's say average markup %. Let's select this, click on this arrow, and let's change that to 10. So it looks like that. And click OK. All right. It looks good. Now, what if we want Value Inc. to be able to input maybe their target amount for a markup? Like, let's just say their target amount is 80%. And we want to tell Value Inc. how much further they need to reach that target. How do we do that? There's a thing called parameters in Tableau. And what parameters do is that they enable the user to input certain fields or values by themselves, such as markups or budgets. Okay, we can make the user select a value, and then we can apply that to our calculations. So we're going to learn how to do calculations, and we are going to learn how to use parameters in Tableau. So let's do that. So I want to create a parameter to show the markup percentage target. So let's click on this arrow here, and you can see when you click on it, it says we can create a calculated field, and that's for calculations, or you can create a parameter. So let's create parameters. The parameter name, let's call it the markup percentage target. The data type can be an integer, and the current value, let's make it 40. Okay, and select OK. Okay, and then you notice that markup percentage target shows up in the parameters. And I want you to click there, so right click there and say show parameter. Okay. So what we can do here is this parameter shows, and we can actually change it. So let's change it to 60. And now we can actually use this as a field. So if we bring it in here, it's a field. So we can see markup percentage is 60. Let's just remove that. So how do we actually get the calculation to know how much more Value Inc. needs to reach their markup percentage of 60%? Okay. What we're going to do is we are going to take 60, or the markup target, minus the average markup, and that will give us the amount to the target, because 60 minus about 45 will equal 15. So how do we apply a calculation in Tableau? So to do a calculation, it's a calculated field. And if we click this arrow here and say create calculated field, we can now create a calculation. So let's call this calculation amount to target. And with Tableau, it's quite easy to do calculations. So, we can add items. So, for example, or fields. So, let's just say if we want cost per item. And we're going to times it by number of items purchased. Okay, that would give us cost per transaction. Okay. It's saying that the field's already created, but that's fine. I just want to show you an example. But that's how you do calculations. And if we say cost per transaction V2 or version 2 and click OK, it comes up as a field that we can use just like how we've been using the fields to build charts. Okay, let's edit this. So right click and say edit. And let's again call this amount to target. So the amount to target would be our markup percentage target. So let's just select everything in this window and clear it and start typing markup percentage target. Minus that by our average markup. Okay, so AVG in brackets markup. So just like how you're seeing this here. Close brackets. The markup percentage target is actually just a whole number saying 60. Okay, and we know percentages are actually divided by 100, so 60% is 0.6. So this value is just reading 60, whereas average markup is reading 0.4499. So we should actually divide this value by 100. So let's do that. So to divide that value by 100, we just say divide 100. And just to be safe, let's just enclose it in brackets. Okay. So we know the markup percentage target, which is 60, divided by 100, which is 0.6, minus that by the average markup, which is 0.4499, should give us the answer, right? So let's click OK. And let's bring in amount to target. So let's select that and let's just drop it into text. And you can see it appears here. And that's right, 0.15 is 15%. What if we change this markup target? So let's make it 80. And press enter. Okay. Value Inc. now needs 35% more in markup to reach their markup percentage of 80%. Let's change this amount to target field as a percentage. So where it says amount to target, click on the arrow, click on default properties and go to number format and click OK. Okay, perfect. And now let's add a little description. So if we go to text and we click on the three dots. Okay. So where it says AGG amount to target, at the beginning we can say something like amount to target, colon and space. Let's click apply and see how that looks. Okay, that's awesome. So we have our average markup of 45% and the amount to target to our target of 80% is 35. If we change this to 70, okay, you can see amount to target changes to 25%. That's great. That's exactly what we wanted. Okay, to finish this off, let's rename this tab. So double click on it and click backspace and let's call it average markup card. Right. And I think we're ready. So we have all our charts. And in the next lecture, we are going to create a dashboard. So I'll see you then. Bye. Hi everyone. So in the last lecture, we finished off our charts. And in this lecture, we are going to build a dashboard. So dashboards, like I said earlier, are just a combination of charts in Tableau. And to build a dashboard is quite simple. So this icon here where it says new worksheet, to the right of that is new dashboard. Click on it. Okay. So this is your dashboard pane, and basically it's quite easy. We just drag and drop the charts we need onto the dashboard. Let's just change the size of this dashboard. So where it says size, go to fixed size, and let's choose a width of 1200 and a height of 650. Okay, great. And now let's start bringing in some charts. So it's quite easy. You drag your chart and you drop it. So let's do sales per month and let's drag it in. Then let's do cost. So let's select cost, drag and drop it until it's highlighted like this. Profit per month. Let's select that, let's drag it and let's drop it until it looks like this. The profit by client age, I think maybe if we can add it to the right here, that would be good. So select it and let's drag it and maybe drop it like that. Okay, and let's just, if you can find this dotted line, let's just resize this a bit. And profit by client type, select that, drag it and let's drop it here. And let's resize it so it's in line with this too. Profit by item code. Let's try and fit this in as well. So maybe just try and hover and until that line is highlighted at the bottom, drop it. Okay, I'm just resizing as I go, but don't worry about that too much. I think we need to make the dashboard a bit more bigger. So let's do that. So it says custom size. Let's maybe make it 850. Okay, perfect. And let's give profit by item code maybe a bit more space. Okay, and let's bring in profit by country. So click, drag and drop it just like that. Okay, it brings in the color legend, but I don't think we need it because we have labels. Okay, so this was a color legend from the profit by country. So I'm going to click on it and remove it. Okay, it's asking you if it can delete it, which it can. Perfect. All right, so we'll do some more resizing just now, but I think it's important that we add a header on the top. So to add a header, I like to bring in a horizontal container. Okay, if you can see the horizontal container, what it means is that we can stack items next to each other, and then we can size it quite nicely with containers. So click horizontal container and drag it, and as soon as it's like that, drop it. Okay, and let's leave a space like that for the heading, and we can resize the graphs. So maybe something like that. Okay. Let's make the height maybe a bit more bigger. So let's have a look now. Yeah, that's way better. Okay. So here we can bring in a dashboard heading, our logo, maybe one more card and some filters. So let's work with our heading. So let's bring in text and drag it and drop it in the horizontal container. Okay, so let's call it Value Inc. Sales Dashboard. Let's select everything and let's make it Tableau bold, and let's do 20. Let's do the font color a bit more black, so like that, and click OK. Let's bring in the image as well. So remember we downloaded the logo in the dataset. So click on image, and as soon as it's to the left of the Value Inc. sales dashboard, drop it, and you can see this object window pops up. It will ask us to choose a file. And navigate to where you stored the logos. So it is the Value Inc. logo. And click open. You can fit and center the image. You can have a URL opened when the image is clicked and alt text, but I don't usually fold that in. And select OK. Alright, and then let's just resize it. So click on it and just resize it until it looks like that. Okay, let's bring in the average markup card. So select it, and until it's highlighted on the right of the container, drop it. Okay, you may have to resize it, and I think we can hide the heading. So right click where the heading is and say hide title. Okay. This here, you can select it, and just when the crossbars come up, click on it and add it there. Okay. I also want to add some filters in. So where I want the user to maybe decide if they want to filter by month or by client age or client type. So what we can do is we can add filters. So I want you to go to or click on sales per month and click on this go to sheet. Okay, we already have a year date filter, and I don't want it to sort of intercept with my month filter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate date. So click on date, right click on it and say duplicate. Okay, and a date copy shows up. I want you to right click again and say rename, and let's call it transaction date. Okay, so once transaction date is here, I want you to drag it and drop it under filter. And let's do a month, a year filter. Next, select everything and click OK. Okay, so once that's done, go back to the dashboard. Okay, so you notice if we click here, it goes directly to the sheet. And you can click back to the dashboard. And now here, make sure sales per month is selected and click on this arrow. Go to filters and select month, year of transaction date. Okay, and you can see it shows up here. Now you can change the format of the filters. So I just want a drop down. I don't want to scroll to be able to select filters. So select the filter, click the arrow, and just say multiple values drop down. Okay, that way, as you can see, we can select what months we want to be seen. And we can change the heading of that filter. So at the heading, just double click on it. And let's just change it to transaction date and click OK. Now we can apply this to the whole dashboard as well. So if we click on the filter, click on the arrow and say apply to worksheets and say selected worksheets. Now it's going to ask you if someone clicks here, which charts or sheets should that filter apply to? And I want to say everything on the dashboard. So if someone filters here, everything needs to filter. And click OK. So let's test it out. So let's do something like, right, so if you can, so select February, hold shift and select February 2019 and deselect it And let's just select January, February, and December. Okay. Now the data is just filtering on those, which is quite cool. Again, let's select all, and let's remove February 2028. Perfect. The next filter I want to add is maybe client age. So select your profit by client age graph, select the arrow, select filters, and select client age. Right, you can see client age shows here. Let's drag it by that notch and drop it right next to the markup target. Okay. Again, let's change this to a multiple value drop down. So there we go. And let's apply this to the whole dashboard. So select the arrow, select apply to worksheets, selected worksheets, and let's do everything on the dashboard and click OK. Let's test it out. Okay, so this just shows the sales for the adult client age. And now this shows everything. And then the last one I want to do is client type. So select profit by client type, select the filter, select filters, and bring in client type. Okay, client type is here. Let's make this a multiple drop down again. And let's apply this to the whole worksheet. Selected worksheets. And let's select everything on the dashboard and click OK. We can actually move client type at the bottom of client age. So let's hold it by the notch, and or maybe it's not really working, so I guess we can leave it there. All right, and let's just edit this. Okay, let's double click this text and centralize it and click OK. Now the last thing I want to do is I actually want a link for our scripts. So what we're going to do is we are going to upload our script to GitHub, and I want us to link it here on our dashboard title. That way when we publish this online, people also can see our script. So I'll show you how to do it now. Okay, so in your browser, I want you to sign up for GitHub. So go to github.com and sign up. So enter your email address. And click sign up. Create the account. Okay, and once you have signed up, created a password, user account, and verified your account, you can create the account. Then they would ask you to send a code to verify. Then you need to just fill in details, how many team members will be working with you. So you can just say just me, you're a student. And you can just select what you'd like to do. So I'm just going to say collaborative coding. Okay. And this is just if you want free or pro GitHub, and we are doing free. So just say continue for free. Okay, and we're here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to create a repository. And you can call it whatever you want. So I'm going to call it Python and Tableau. Okay. If you want to add a description, you can. You can make it public or private, depending on what you want. Obviously, you'd want to make it public so people can see your code. And you can add a README file and say create repository. once you're here, we can upload our file. So make sure you click on code and say add file and say upload file and choose your file. Right, so I am looking for my Python file for Value Inc., which is valueinc_sales.py, and open. Okay, and here you can write your description. This is my code for the project Value Inc. Okay, that's fine, and click Commit Changes. Okay, and if you click on this Value Inc. sales.py, your code shows up. Okay, which is perfect. So we can now take this link, we can copy it, so Command or Control C, and let's go back to Tableau. Right, so in Tableau here, I am back at Tableau Public and in my dashboard, and I want to paste it here. So double click on Value Inc. Sales Dashboard, go to the end, press enter, and let's say my Python script is below. Let's make this quite small, so let's change that to a font size 10, and let's do enter, and let's paste. Okay, and click OK. Perfect. All right, and I think we are done. You can go through and just quickly check if the filters work, which they should. And the other thing I also wanted to note is that you can use your charts as filters. So if we go to Profit by Client Age and click on this filter sign, it says Use as Filter. Now if someone clicks on a bar here, it will just filter on the senior people. Right, and then you can do the same for client type. And let's try it out. So you can see it just filters on solo entrepreneur if you click on the bar. And you can do that for all your charts. So let's just try for sales per month, and if we click on that, now it will just show us for this specific month, February 2018, the data. And if we click out, it will change back to its original. Let's do that for cost per month, for profit per month, and then profit by item code and profit by country. Okay. Sometimes you mistakenly zoom in and out. Python has this little pin, and if you click on it, it resets the map to the original view. Okay. Once that's ready, we can save it. So we can click Save here, and it's going to ask you to sign into Tableau. If you don't have a Tableau public account, create one for free. Okay, so where you have your name, your email, your password, and the country, and you can create your account. Okay, when you create it, go back to Tableau Public and input your details. Right, so it might ask you to input your password that you use to get onto your computer, or your login password for your computer. And then once you sign into Tableau Public, you can create the workbook title. So I am going to call it Sales by for Value Inc. and click Save. Okay, it might take a few seconds to publish. Perfect, and this is your dashboard. Okay, you can share this link to anyone, and you can also include it in your resume. The functionality as well still stays the same. So whoever is viewing it can filter it. And it shows up. Okay. Perfect. All right, and I think I am going to end here. And the next project, we start with our loan analysis for Bluebank, where we'll build a dashboard there. So I'll see you in the next project. Bye.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a StarFreelancer.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Okay, so last lecture we finished off our first project, and now in this lecture we are going to be doing our second project. And our second project is a loan analysis by a company called Bluebank. So I'm going to open the project brief and we can give it a read. Okay. So this is the project brief, which will be available in your class lecture notes. And we can scroll down to project 2. All right, let's give it a read. Bluebank is a bank in USA that has a loan department which is currently understaffed. They supply loans to individuals and don't have much reporting on how risky these borrowers are. Using Python and Tableau, they'd like to see a report of borrowers who may have issues paying back the loan. And those are the data files. So you should have downloaded the data files. Remember to download them and save them into one folder for this whole course, just so we can refer back to it. And then let's just go on to Python. Okay, so I've opened Spider. And first things first, so make sure that your value inc_sales py folder, if you still have it open, make sure that it's saved. So you can Command or Control S or save it using this icon. Okay, and then we can close it. This intro to Python, like I said, you can keep it for notes maybe. And now let's open a new file. Okay, once you open this file, I want you to click on Save. And let's call it bluebank.py. And click Save. Okay. So you may have noticed that the file type that we are going to be working on for Bluebank is a JSON file. So if you notice the extension in the project brief, which is here, you can see the extension is JSON. So JSON is a file type that looks similar to dictionaries that we discussed in project 1. I'll show you how JSON looks. So I'm just going to open the actual data set. Okay, and you can see that the JSON file has data enclosed in curly brackets, right? And each set of curly brackets have sort of the same keys, but just different values, right? Essentially, JSON files within the curly brackets, this represents one row of data, and these are the column names. So it's just a different format and how we usually set up the data, but I just wanted to show you how JSON files look. Now in Python, the good thing is that Python does have a pre-installed package called JSON, which can actually read these types of files. So I'm just going back to Spider. And what we can do is we can use a library called JSON to help us to read the files. And while we're importing JSON, we can also import pandas. All right, so remember for libraries, one is that you have to install them, and then two, you have to import them if you're going to use it. Now with JSON comes prepackaged in Anaconda, so we're fine with that. We don't need to do a pip install JSON. We just need to import it into our script. Okay, but if you remember for pandas, we have to do a pip install pandas in our command prompt or terminal. Okay, which is this here. And then import it into Python. But for JSON, we don't need to do that. So you can just have some libraries. So let's just say import JSON. And as always, import pandas as PD. Usually the way scripts are set out is that your libraries occur firstmost in your script and then your actual script. The other thing to note that I didn't bring up in the last project is that you must be very careful with spacing and indentation on Python. It means a lot. So if you are going to space, or tab, make sure that you're doing it for a specific reason and not just randomly. All right, so now that we do that, let's try and read our JSON data. So there's two ways we can do that, and I'm just going to comment here and say method 1 to read JSON data. Okay, so we're going to say JSON file is equal to, you're going to say open, and then open brackets, comma, and whatever the file name is called. So I'm just going to go to the file section here where the variable explorer is, and it is this one here. Okay, so I'm going to type it here. So it's loan underscore data underscore JSON.json. Okay, and then this here just opens a file, and then we need to actually load it. All right, so then we're going to say data equals JSON.load and our JSON file. Okay, so this opens a JSON file. So this is our JSON file, and it opens it, and this actually loads data into Python. All right, so the function, there's a load function in the JSON library where we can open our file. Okay, so let's just go back to variable explorer. Okay, and also just to note, this is so similar to how we do the pandas functions as well. If you remember correctly, the last project as well, if we're referring to a function in pandas, the function name would be here, and then pandas would be here, and then whatever the function does. So that formatting stays the same. Okay, so in this instance, we're using JSON. JSON has a load function, and we're loading JSON file. What is JSON file? JSON file is just opening this specific directory. Okay, let's just run the script. You can run the whole script. Awesome. Okay, and now you see we have a list and our data file here. All right, and it looks like there is that same data that we saw when we are looking at the JSON data. Let's double click on it. Okay, definitely not in a data frame or table, which is what we like. So we definitely need to work on the formatting here. The other method we can do to load a JSON file, it's very similar to the first one, just a different format that you might see. Is we use the with statement. So if we say something like with, and then we're saying open loan data JSON dot JSON as JSON file, data equals JSON.load JSON file, and let's just do a print data. Okay, now this is a bit different, but basically over here we can use something called with and as to declare a variable in another way. So this here, with and as, is the same as saying JSON file equals open lone data JSON.json, right? But because it's a with statement, there needs to be some sort of formatting specifics. Okay, so with this here, you'll notice that we put a colon. Then immediately when I pressed enter, Python indents it. So there's a tab between the beginning of the line until the next. And Python uses indentations to actually separate sort of statements, if I am describing it properly. So this here, whatever is indented, whatever is tabbed, is all part of this with statement. Okay. And then once I move out of the indentation, so once I go back, it's not part of the with statement. All right. So ideally this here means the same as this. Okay, we're just writing it differently. So over here we're saying with open lone data JSON.json as JSON file, same thing as saying JSON file equals open lone data.json. And then this is exactly the same. All right, this data equals JSON.load JSON file. And then I just added a print function, but you actually don't need to have that. So I'm going to remove that. And let's run this and see if there's any difference. So I'm just selecting from method 2 down and just run the selection. Okay, and exactly the same method. Okay, I added it in because this is what you might see, and sometimes you may want to use this as well. This is also quite good if you want to do any transformations as well, and you keep it all within the same with statement. And then generally with statements are used to make your code cleaner and readable, and then so it actually executes better if there are any errors as well. So you will see people using this more than using this one, but for now it's up to you. It does the same thing. Okay. All right, so I know that this is now stored into a list, and it actually does look a bit like a dictionary as well. And with the lists here, there are sort of 4 different types or ways Python uses to store collections of data. There's lists, there's tuples, there's sets, and there's dictionaries. All right. And like I said before, to create a list, they generally are created out of square brackets, whereas tuples are round brackets, and sets are curly brackets. So I'm just going to go a bit more in detail into lists. So let's just say we're going to create a list. Let's call it lists. And we're going to say it equals to, and let's do apple, banana, and pear. And let's run this. So let's select that line and run it. Okay. So now we have a list there. We know there's 3 in this list, and it's apple, banana, and pear. Okay. Lists are generally ordered and changeable as well, and you can also have duplicate values. So if we have another one called pear, and I'm just selecting and I'm doing an F9 or just running the selection. Yeah, it still allows it. Everything's good. There's no error, right? Now for lists, the first item has an index 0. The second item has an index 1. The third item has an index 2, and so on. So let's just go to a console, and let's just say if we had to do something like list 0. I'm just going to my console because I don't want to continuously run this. But if we do something, oh sorry, it's not list, it's lists 0, and press enter, you can see apple shows up. And let's do lists 2, and you can see pear shows up. Okay, so we can actually choose specific items in a list using that sort of method of referencing the index. Now, remember I told you that lists are ordered and changeable and allow duplicate values, right? What that means is that if I want to add a new item to this list, it will get added at the back of the list, so it's not going to change the order, okay? So let's just look at it in a bit more detail, and let's do something like, let's append to a list. Okay, and we're going to do something like lists.append. So append is a function where if you want to add something, usually it gets added to the end. And I do want to add a new fruit, so let's add cherry. Okay, and let's run this. Okay, and now you'll see cherry is added, but you'll see cherry is added at the end. Okay, so if we do a print list here, so let's do print lists, and you can see cherry is added at the end. Now, what if we actually want to insert maybe another fruit into a specific position? Okay, what we can do is, let's say, insert item into a specific position. Okay, we're going to do lists dot insert, and let's just say in index 0, let's say in index number 1, I want to insert grape. Okay, so I'm gonna, in index number 1, I'm inserting a grape. So this is 0, this is 1. So instead of banana, it's all gonna shift down, and it's gonna be apple, grape, banana, pear, pear, or apple, grape, banana, pear, pear, cherry. So let's run this. And let's have a look at the lists again. And there we go. Apple, grape, banana, pear, pear, cherry. The also good thing with lists that are not present in other collections or data types like a set. Also, a good thing with lists that maybe are not present in something like a tuple is that you can actually change items in a list. Also, a good thing with lists that are actually not present in something like a tuple is that you can actually change items in a list as well, which is pretty cool. So you can change items in a list. So if we're going to do something like, let's maybe do remove. So let's do remove. So let's remove items in a list first. So we're going to say lists.remove, and I want to remove the duplicate pear. Okay, so let's run that. And let's type in lists in a console. Now you can see pear is removed. Now the other thing we can do is we can also remove the last item. So if we do lists.pop, pop is a function that removes the last item. So let's select that and let's run that. And I think cherry is going to go. So let's view lists. And now you can see cherry has been removed. So something like pop is quite useful, you know, when you have a list of maybe email addresses, or you're a data capturer and, you know, you're capturing data and you realize you made a mistake in your most recent data entry. You can use pop. So that's why I added it in, just because some people use pop for those specific reasons. That's just a background on lists. I thought it would be nice to add because they are important. I just couldn't find a way to fit it into our actual data for now. It is quite important to remember because the lists honestly show up everywhere in Python. Yeah. So those are lists. Now, if we click into our data variable and we click into one of these values here, we get this, and we can already see Python is telling us the data type here. It's saying that it's a dictionary. Now, why is it a dictionary? Well, it has a key and it has a value, and dictionaries have keys and they do have values. Okay, the other thing to notice about dictionaries is that you can store different types. Okay, so this here credit policy, it's an integer. The days with credit line is a float. Purpose here is a string. So dictionaries can have different types of data within them. So how exactly do you create a dictionary and what can you do with a dictionary? So let's just dive into that for a little bit as well. So I want you to create a comment here and just say working with dictionaries. And let's create a dictionary. So let's call it mydict, D-I-C-T, is equal to, and open a curly bracket. And I just want you to space it out like that. Give myself more space here. Okay. Right, and let's say something like name colon D. Okay, and the next one is location colon South Africa. And then let's do something like fave color and red. Just going to remove the remaining spaces. And let's run this. So just select it and run it. Okay, so when you run it, it probably says something like invalid syntax. It's because we're missing a comma. So we need commas for dictionaries at the end of each line. Okay, except red. So in the last line, you don't need a comma. And let's run it again. Okay, there you go. My dict has now shown up. And you can see immediately it's a dictionary. And it's telling us it has sort of 3 rows or 3 keys. Name, location, and favorite color. Now we can also store, like I said, a different data type. So these are all strings or they're all objects. So if I just say a comma here, and let's do something like lucky number. And just put 7. And let's run this again. So we had to put a comma here. We had to put a comma here. We don't need to put it in the last line. Okay, let's select and run that. And you can see it works just as fine, even though lucky numbers are 7 and the rest are strings. Now, if we double click this, you can see the format here is that it has a key, it has a type, a size, and a corresponding value. Okay. Let's look at some other features of dictionaries. So you can access other keys as well. So let's just say I just wanted to access maybe the color. So I'm going to say color is equal to mydict And just like how it is in data frames when you want to access a specific column, it's exactly the same. And let's just say print color. And let's just run these 2 lines. Okay, and you can see that color, we now just extracted a specific key, which is color, and it gave me what we wanted. And then if ever we needed maybe a list of keys showing up, we can do that as well. So let's say to get a list of keys, you can do something like my dict.keys. So let's just select that and run it. Okay, and then these are all the keys that are in my dict. Similar, if you want to get a list of values, to get a list of values, okay, do my dict dot, okay, and there's values. Okay, let's run that. So select that and run the selection. Okay, and these are all the values. You can also get a list of items. So to get a list of items, you can say my dict.items. And let's run that. Okay, and these are just the individual items. So name, like each row almost. Name, D, location, South Africa, favorite color, red, lucky number, 7. And then the last thing we can also do that's quite cool is we can add a new variable. So to add a new key. New key or variable. Okay, we can say very similar again to data frames. My dict gender is equal to female. Wow, I can't spell today. All right, and let's just say print my dict. Okay, and let's just run the 2 lines. Rookie error here needs to be in quotation marks. And let's just run the 2 lines. Okay, and now you can see gender appears and female. And if we click the name in the variable explorer, you can see gender appears and female. Okay, so we went a bit on a tangent, but I did want to note that because, like I said, lists and dictionaries are quite important, and it's really good for you to understand those key concepts. So back to the actual project. Now we have our data in the file name or the variable name data. It's a list. It doesn't look great, as you can see. We want it in a table form. We want it in a data frame. That's always the good goal. So we're going to work on that. So before I do that, I just want to copy our dictionary and list notes. And I'm going to cut it. So you can Command or Control X or right click and say cut. And I'm just going to paste it in my intro to Python notebook. So here, I'm just going to paste it here. And I'm just going to Command or Control S and save it. Okay. Just going to comment on just after this part here. I'm just going to say working with lists. Right. All right, and then save that, and then just you can go back to bluebank.py, and then you can save this as well. All right. Okay, so as I was saying, how would I transform this data file, which is a list, and it's really an ugly format to work on, to a nice data frame? Okay, so let's say transform to data frame. let's say enter, and let's call it loan data is equal to PD. Sounds familiar? We know what PD is. PD is Pandas. Pandas has this really neat function called data frame, and it will transform your list to a data frame. Okay, so what are we going to transform in this bracket? Our list file, which is called data. Okay, let's select that and let's run that selection. Awesome. And now, good news, we can see loan data is quite nice. It's in a data frame. It has some rows, it has some columns, and also we can see the column names. So let's just double click on loan data. And we can see all the columns are there and everything is looking good. So before I end this lecture, I just want to quickly, let's just go over the columns. And I think also the columns are in the slide pack because they are quite, there's a lot of abbreviations in there. So I'm just going to go through the columns. Okay. All right, let's go through this. Okay, so let's do it. So we have credit policy, and from what I can tell, it's either a 1 or 0. And 1 is if the customer meets the credit underwriting criteria of Blue Bank, and 0 is if they don't. So I think most people would be 1, because why would they be given a loan if they don't meet the actual criteria for that loan? There may be a few exceptions, but I think the majority of these borrowers do meet that credit policy. Okay, and I think each row of the data represents one borrower, if that helps. Okay, the next one is purpose. And then the purpose of the borrower, why the borrower took or has taken the loan. All right, so debt consolidation, it's a credit card loan, home improvements, so car loans, etc. would come through in this small business in this column. Okay, so reasons to why the person took out the loan. Interest rate, so this is the interest rate of the loan as a proportion. So a rate of 11% would be stored as 0.11, and borrowers judged by Blue Bank to be more risky are assigned higher interest rates. Okay, so obviously here, if a borrower is more risky, so maybe they don't have enough income to pay back the loans, or they haven't been paying back the loans, etc., your interest rate will be higher than someone who's very low risk. They'll have low interest rates. Installment, so this is the monthly installment owed by the borrower. Okay, if the loan is funded, so how much they pay each month, probably minimum, and these are in dollars, by the way. Log annual inc, so that is the natural log of the borrower's income or annual income. So to get the actual annual income, we'll need to do the inverse. So we'll need to get the exponent of this number, will give us the actual annual income. DTI is the debt to income ratio of the borrower, so the amount of debt divided by their annual income. Okay. So obviously if your DTI is greater than 1, then your borrower has more debt than income. If it's less than 1, then your borrower has more income than debt, right? This isn't really very accurate in general, just because, people's house loans and stuff and mortgages will definitely make you get a higher DTI than your annual income, because your mortgage can be worth hundreds and thousands of dollars, but your annual income much less than that. So I'm just saying that this isn't the end all and be all. Someone has a high DTI, they could just be a normal, non-risky borrower, but just have something like a house loan. FICO, that's your FICO credit score. So if you are in the US, you'll obviously know what it means. If you're not in the US, I think the US bases people's risk on credit score, and if you're applying for something like a house loan or a car loan, etc., a good credit score will enable you to get the loan, and a bad one is basically you get blacklisted. So for credit scores, I think it is anything, so from 300 to 400 is very poor, 400 to 600 is poor, 600 to 660 is fair, 660 to 780 is good, and 780 to 850 is excellent. So basically anyone below 600 would be a poor credit, would have a poor credit score. So these are in your lecture slides in case you want to refer back to them. And then days with credit line is the number of days the borrower has had a credit line. Okay, so these look like quite decent sized loans. So the credit line would be high. I mean, these aren't short term, like 30-day loans. Revolving balance. Borrower's revolving balance, so the amount unpaid at the end of the credit card billing cycle. Okay, so how much, basically how much do they have left over? Okay, and then revolving utility or utilization rate is the borrower's revolving line utilization rate, the amount of credit the amount of credit line used relative to the total credit available. So what this means is that, so this person here has used only 25% of their total credit available, okay, which is good. Okay, inquiries within the last 6 months. This is if any sort of credit institutions have inquired the borrower about something. So like if there's a lot of inquiries, there's an issue because the borrower's not paying or something's wrong. So you don't want this to be populated. The number of, this is delinquency, is it delinquency? Or delink 2 years. I actually can't see in my notes the actual, what's the full field name for this, but this is the number of times the borrower had been 30 days past due on a payment in the past 2 years. So if this is a high number, it means that the borrower obviously is always late for his payment. Okay, public records, the borrower's number of derogatory public records. So if they file for bankruptcy, tax issues, judgments, etc., also don't want this populated. And then whether the loan has been fully paid or not, is not fully paid. Okay, so quite a lot of data in this, but you know, there's a lot we can tell whether a borrower is a risky borrower or not. I mean, just based in the last few columns, we can actually give them quite good answers. And then, as you can see, we probably need to do a lot of transformation and cleaning here. So for example, these FICO scores, it would be good to actually have a column with the category that the borrower is in. So 680 is actually a good FICO score. So it would be nice to have a column like that. It would be nice to get the actual annual income. So we just need an exponent of this as well. And some other things that we can do. Perfect. Okay, so using this, and maybe if you want to go back to the slide deck and have a look at the fields again, you are most welcome to. So they are present in the slides for the lecture. But I think we are done here. We know a bit more about the data. We've loaded it in. It's in a nice data frame. So in the next lecture, what we can do is we can get started on the data cleaning and transformation. So I'll see you then. Bye. Hi, welcome back to the course. So in the last lecture, we went through the column names and loaded the data. And in this lecture, we're just going to be looking at some neat functions in Python to get a better understanding of the data. So one of the things that I like to know is that if we are going to look at the loan data file and double click it, and if we have an example like purpose, so let's look at purpose. I want to know what else unique values are in this purpose column without scrolling and looking for different entries. I just want to list, I want Python to just list them all. So there is a nice function called the unique function, and what it does is that it shows us unique values in a specific column. So let's have a look. Right, so let's comment here and let's say finding unique values for the purpose column. Okay, and let's say loan data, square brackets, comma, and I think it's just purpose. I actually don't know what the field names are, so let's do on a console. If we want field names, let's do the loan data.info and these two brackets, so on your console, and press enter. Perfect. So that's how purpose is. All right, so PURPOSE. Okay, and then we're going to say dot, and we're going to bring in this unique function. So I'm just going to double click that. Okay, and let's just run that. So select that and run it. So run that selection. Great. Okay, so now we know. So there's debt consolidation, there's credit card, all other, home improvement, small business, major purpose, and educational. Okay, that's awesome. Then the other thing we can do is we can describe the data. So if we want to just get a brief summary of loan data, we can use the describe function. So I'm going to put a new comment here. We're describing the data. And we can say loan data dot describe. Okay. And let's run that. So select that and just run the selection. Okay. And what describe does is that for each column, it gives you the count. So how many values there are, the mean or the average, the standard deviation, the minimum, the 25, 50, and 75% interquartile range, and then the maximum value, right? So for instance, for interest rate, there's 9,578 values. The average interest rate is 0.12, so it's around 12%. The standard deviation is 0.268. The minimum value is 0.06, so someone has a 6% interest rate, which is amazing. The maximum value is 21% interest rate. The 25% interquartile range is 0.10%. So what this means is that 25% of your data, okay, so 25% of borrowers have an interest rate of 0.10, 10% and below. 50% of your data has an interest rate of 0.12 and below. 75% of your data has an interest rate of 0.14 and below. So that's what the interquartile range means. Okay, you can also do it for a specific column as well, right? So let's just say describe the data for a specific column. Okay, so let's call that column. Should not do this by now. Why don't we do, let's do interest rate, because that seems like it's quite a good one. So interest rate, and let's do a dot describe. Okay, let's run that. And now this just describes the one column, which is interest rate. Okay. Now let's analyze FICO or FICO. I'm not sure how you say it. but it's nice to actually, like I said, you know, these numbers are great. I'm just going to open the loan data file. So these numbers are great, but at first glance, it would be really nice if we have like a corresponding category. So it's much more easier to understand. But let's just have a look at it in detail. So let's do a describe on the FICO column. So I want you to select this line and paste it. And instead of interest rate, let's just do FICO. Let's select that and run it. Okay, so we know 9,578 are unique values. Cool. And then, well, not unique values, just values. The average is 710, which is, yeah, that's pretty decent. It's a really good score. Standard deviation is 37.97. Minimum is 612, which I think is poor. And maximum is 827. And then the interquartile ranges are there. So what we can see is that I think, you know, judging by the average of 710, most of your borrowers have good credit scores. But there is, if we look at the 25% interquartile range, which means 25% of your borrowers have less than 680, there are some fairly low scores. So some fairly maybe risky loans. Let's also do the debt to income ratio, because that's another good one. So, you know, people with high debt to income ratios might not be too good. They might be a bit risky. So I'm just selecting this bottom line. I'm copying it and I'm pasting it. So Control C for copy and Command or Control V for paste. And instead of FICO, let's just put DTI. Let's select this and let's run it. Okay. All right, so this is just DTI, so 9,578 values. Mean is 12.6, so most of them do have debt. Standard deviation is 6.8. The minimum is 0, which is interesting. That means someone just doesn't have any debt. And then 25, 50, 75% are fine. And then maximum is 29.96. All right, so someone has some high debt to income ratios. All right. Okay, so now that we had a look at the data more deeply, I think we can sort out that log annual income field. So let's have a look at that. I'm going to open the loan data in the Variable Explorer. And what I can see here, if we go to log annual income, is this is the natural log of the annual income, or of the borrower's annual income, and we do want the actual income. So to do that, like I said, we just take the exponent. Now Numpy, which is a Python library, has a function called exponent, or exp, where we can get the exponent. And if we take the exp of these values, it will give us the annual income in dollars, which is what we want. Okay, I'm just going to close this. And what we're going to do is we're going to import Numpy. But before we do, what we need to do is we need to install Numpy. Okay, so just like we installed Pandas, we're going to do the same. So I want you, if you're on Windows, you can open the Anaconda or Conda prompt and make sure it's you opening it, or when you search for it, you right click and you run as administrator, and you open command prompt or Anaconda prompt. And on Mac, you can open your terminal. Okay, so I've just opened my terminal on Mac, and on Windows, you open your Anaconda prompt. And let's do a PIP. So the first line here, you're just going to say PIP install. and Numpy. And you're going to say enter. Right. And if you do have it installed, it will say requirement already satisfied, but if you don't, it will install it. And once it's installed, we can close that and you can import it here. Okay, so let's space, and where all our libraries are, we're going to import Numpy as NP. All right. And while it's here, I want you to run it. So just select it and run the selection. Okay, because you need to actually run this import function before we reference Numpy anywhere. Okay, and Numpy is actually a Python library that's used quite often for working with arrays. It's actually used a lot in your linear algebra, data analytics side, because it has quite a lot of functions that work in the domain of linear algebra, Fourier transformations, matrices, etc. So Numpy is used quite often on those type of projects. So now what we can do is we can actually create a column which has the exponent of the log annual income. Okay, so let's just do that. So I'm going to comment here. I'm saying using EXP to get the annual income. Okay. So looking at this here, it's saying that it is a float 64, which I think should be fine. Let's just see if there's any errors. So let's call the variable income is equal to, right, the column in loan data is log annual income. So let's just highlight that and copy it. Square brackets, quotation marks, log annual income. Okay, so once you have that, then you're going to say np dot exp and just put this in brackets. Okay, so np dot exp in brackets and then loan data, square brackets, the column name in quotation marks. Okay, and let's run it. So let's select this line and run it. Awesome. And now we have income. So let's just double click on it. And this is the actual annual income. Okay. Let's add it back to our loan data. So let's say loan data, and we're going to say annual income. Maybe like that. Is equal to income. Okay, and income is this here. Okay, let's select that and let's run it. Awesome. So let's see if that applies. So in loan data, I'm going to double click and I'm going to scroll, and here you go, annual income appears. Perfect. Now, as I said, Numpy is being used for arrays, which are quite similar to lists. So arrays are a data structure that stores a collection of data, and quite similar to lists, arrays are ordered. They're often enclosed in square brackets, and they're able to store non-unique items. So the one thing about arrays, they need to be declared, whereas lists don't. So for lists, like you would have seen, we just create lists as we go. We don't need any other functions. We just create lists in square brackets. For arrays, you do need a function, so that's why you need to declare it. And the function is npArray. So let's just chat a bit about arrays while we're here. So I'm going to write a comment saying working with arrays. Okay. So if we want to create an array, so let's just say we're going to create an array called R or R. So you can say is equal to np.array. Okay. Round brackets and then square brackets, and you're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you don't need to add the space if you don't want to. I'll just add it because it looks a bit neater. And if we run this, so let's select this and let's run this. You can see the name shows up, the type is an array, and then the size is 4, and then that's the value. And then you get different types of arrays. So you get 0D arrays, 1D arrays, 2D arrays, etc. So they can get complicated. So for example, a 0D array which are essentially scalars, are just one element. So if we say ARR is equal to np.array, okay, curly brackets, and let's just say a number which is 43. And if you select that and let's run it, and now that's a 0D array. A 1D array is what we just did. So what would be a 2D array? So let's just comment this here as 1D array. And let's just make another one. So this is now 2D array. Okay, so I just typed this in, but for a 2D array, you do np.array, open brackets, and then square brackets, and within there you can see that there are 2 additional sets of square brackets. One set has 1, 2, 3, and then the other set has 4, 5, 6, and that's a 2D array. So if we just run that, okay, and we go to array, this is actually a 2D array. So quite a different format to arrays. We don't really go too much into detail for this here. Just wanted to show you how it works and how it looks. Okay, I will end there, and in the next lecture we will go through for loops and if statements, because we want to work on that FICO score and creating a column for the corresponding category. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. So in this project we are going to be looking at using if statements because of that FICO field. So in the last lecture we did some analysis on arrays. We had a look at using the exponential function in Numpy. And now what we're going to be doing is using if statements, which are really important in Python. So let's have a look at the actual use case. So I'm going to loan data, and I just want to have a look at the FICO scores. Right. So if we look at this field called FICO, we know that it's just a credit score. And it will be nice if we had another column where it gives us the FICO category. So for example, if your FICO is maybe 620, then the FICO category field will say fair. And we can use if statements for this, because if you need to compare a value to another value and output an answer based on that specific outcome or condition, if statements actually work really well. So if statements use a bunch of logical conditions from mathematics. Now, what is logical conditions? So I'm just going to open our lecture slides, and here is a brief description of if statements, but it also goes through the logical conditions. So Python if statement is used for decision-making operations, and it contains a body of code which runs only when the condition given in the if statement is true. If the condition is false, then the optional else statement runs, which contains some other code, right, for a different execution. So basically it means that we provide a condition, Python sees if the condition is met. If not, there usually is another option. Okay. And when I speak about logical conditions, I mean this here, right? So we can have a logical condition A and another one equals B. So for example, if A is 10 and B is 1, okay, this would basically mean, does A equal B? No, that's not true, okay? 10 doesn't equal 1, right? Over here, it's saying not equals, so the not equal sign is represented by an exclamation mark and an equals. So it's asking if A is not equals to B, so this condition is true, okay, because we're picturing A to be 10 and B to be 1. Is A less than B? This condition is not true, because 10 is not less than 1, okay. Is A less than and equals to B? Again, not true. 10 is not less than and equals to 1. Is A greater than B? So is 10 greater than 1? True. And then is A greater or equal to B? Again, true. Okay, so you can see that based on these conditions, we can develop an if statement. Because for FICO, our if statement can be, if your FICO credit score is greater than 600, then your credit score is fair. If it's not, if it's less than 600, then it's not fair. So we're going to use that same logic. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to our code. Okay, and now I'm going to, let's just map out some if statements using some examples, just to show you what I mean. So let's create a comment, and let's say working with if statements. Okay. So let's say A is equal to 40 and B is equal to 500. Okay, and I want an if statement here, and what I want to do is I want the if statement to have a condition, and it must print an answer. So how do we do that? So I'm going to say if B is greater than A. You don't have to put spaces in between, but I just do to make it quite neat. Colon, and then enter. Python will indent as soon as it sees that colon, like I said when we use would statements, it will indent because it knows that we're going to work on a condition or a set of code that's specific to an if statement. Okay. Then I want to print round brackets, quotation marks, and let's say B is greater than A. So what this is saying is that if B is greater than A, then the output is that Python needs to print B is greater than A. So let's select this and let's run it. Okay. So based on this, we know that B is greater than A. It's 500 and A is only 40. It printed B is greater than A. It knows that this statement, this if statement, is true. All right, so let's change this and, okay, so I'm going back. Look at my indent. I'm done with that statement, so I'm moving back to the beginning. And let's just say, let's add more conditions. Okay. So I'm going to say A equals 40, B equals 500, C equals 1000. Okay. And now I'm going to say if B is greater than A and B is less than C. Okay. So I said if B is greater than A and I added another condition. I'm saying and, because you can use and here. You can even use or. So or A and D. And B is less than C. So I'm saying if this condition as well as this condition is true, then let's do a print. Look, my indentation as well, because this is still in the statement. Round brackets, quotation, B is greater than A, but less than C. Okay, so if this condition is true and this condition is true, then it needs to print this. Okay, and let's select that and run it. Okay, and you can see B is greater than A but less than C. Okay, the next one, I'm back to the beginning. And let's just say, what if a condition is not met? Okay, so let's say A is equal to 40, B is equal to 500, C is equal to 20. Okay, and then if we say if B is greater than A and B is less than C, and we're going to do the same thing, we're going to print this. So just make sure your indentation is correct, and you can just copy this and paste it here. And let's run this. So it does not print anything. So it doesn't print anything, which means that this isn't met, but we should actually have another condition to include the scenario where, you know, if these conditions aren't met, what output should there be, right? Because it's not nice that Python just doesn't print anything at all. Okay, so using this, I'm going to say else. So I'm going back here. So I'm going back to the beginning. And colon. And let's do a print. And let's say no conditions met. Okay. So if you notice, your if and your else should be in the same line, and then your outputs should be in the same line. So there should be an indentation. Okay, always remember your colons as well between every if and else statement. And let's run this. Okay, perfect. You can see it now gave me an output where it says no conditions are met. So now let's add another condition with the different metrics. Okay, so let's do again, so let's comment and say another condition, different metrics. So let's say A is equal to 40, B is equal to 0, actually let's do B equals to 500, C is equal to 30, and let's say if B is greater than A and B is less than C, remember your colons. As soon as you press enter, you're looking for that indentation, and we'll do the print. So let's just copy and paste this here. Okay. So print B is greater than A but less than C. Okay. Now instead of else, we're going to say ELIF, which means else if. Okay, and this just brings in another condition, right? So else if B is greater than A and B is greater than C, let's print. You can say B is greater than A and C. And then let's do else. So I'm going back to the beginning. So if, else, if, and else must all be in the same line. Else, print, no conditions met. Okay. So we have our if statement. We have two conditions. And we have our output. We have an else if statement. We have two conditions here, and it is different. So instead of B is less than C, we say B is greater than C, and an output. And then if these two aren't met, then we have our last condition where Python can have an output. So regardless of which condition is met, there should always be an output, right? So let's have a look. Let's select it and run it. Okay. What it's saying is that the condition is B is greater than, it should actually be B is greater than A and C, which is correct. Okay. Instead of and, we can also do an or sign. All right. So let's copy this. So I just selected it in a Command or Control C, and let's paste it. Make sure you're pasting right at the beginning of the line. And let's just have a comment on the top saying using or. So if we can say if B is greater than A, instead of and, let's say or B is less than C. And let's just remove this else if. So if B is greater than A or B is less than C, then print B is greater than A or less than C. So I've just changed it. Instead of saying but less than C, I've changed the but to an or. Else print no conditions met. Okay, so let's see. So I'm selecting that and I'm going to run the selection. Right, and then it changes. It says B is greater than A or less than C. All right, so this condition is checking if either B is greater than A or B is less than C. If that's being met, then it will print that. So you can use or as well. Okay. The other thing I wanted to do is going back to this one. We're adding another condition. Why don't we change B to become 0? So instead of 500, change it to 0. And let's see what it says now. So select everything and run the selection. Okay, and now it's changed to no conditions met. Pretty cool. Okay, so now let's actually go and do our FICO score. All right, so let's just save our work. And let's just comment and say FICO score. So let's just say, let's have a variable first, and let's just say FICO is equal to 700. All right. And now let's start our if statement. So let's say if FICO is greater and equal to, and now we're going to do the ranges for FICO. Okay, the FICO ranges are in the lecture slides, so I'm just going to pull it up. Okay, so this is a FICO range. So if it's between 300 and 400, it's very poor. If it's between 400 to 600, it's poor. 601 to 660 is fair, 660 to 780 is good, and then greater than 780 is excellent. So what I'm going to do, and if you can do that as well, I'm just going to copy that. So I've just selected it on the PDF, and I just want to paste it. So I'm just going to paste it in between our if statement and this FICO variable. Okay, and this is definitely not Python script, so just select everything and we can comment it. So once the selection is well selected, go to edit on the top and just say comment or uncomment. Okay, and then Python adds comments, or the comment sign, and now it's commented. Okay, so this is just nice for us to refer to. So if FICO is greater than equal to 300 and FICO is less than 400, then we're going to say FICO cat is equal to very poor. Enter, and then we're going to say ELIF, so else if FICO is greater than equal to 400, and just want to put a space like that, FICO is less than 600, then FICO cat. So FICO cat is just a variable of the FICO category is equal to poor. Okay, enter. Make sure you're at the beginning. Else if FICO is greater or equal to 601 and FICO is less than 660, colon, enter, FICO cat is equal to fair. Then again, else if, should be FICO cat, yeah. FICO is greater and equal to 660 and FICO is less than 700, colon, enter, FICO is equal to good. Okay, then lastly, else if FICO is greater than equal to 700, then FICO cat is equal to excellent. And then lastly, I'm just going to say else, colon, FICO cat is equal to unknown. Okay, so this is just in case maybe in a row there's a blank FICO score, then we can have this condition just saying anything else we don't know. Okay, so let's select this and run it. And we know FICO is 700, so it should show us everything. Before we actually run it, we need to do a print. So let's do a print of FICO cat. And I don't know why I keep saying putting an E in the end of it. Just make sure all your FICO cats are correct. This is also FICO cat. Okay, so make sure you have FICO cat in every second line and your conditions look good. And have a print FICO cat. let's select everything, and it should tell us that this fecal cat is excellent. Okay, so select everything and run the selection. And you can see it's saying it's excellent. Let's change the condition and let's see if it still prints. So let's do something like 350. So that should get us into a fecal cat of very poor. So let's select it. And run the selection. And he's saying it's very poor. Then let's do something like 250, because 250 doesn't exist in our conditions. So it should print unknown. And let's select everything. And run the selection. Okay, perfect. So everything is looking correct. And we've now created an if statement for one specific condition. But how do we apply it to a column? Because remember, if we go to our lone data file, we actually want to apply this if statement for every single row. So how do we do that? How do we apply it to a whole column? Okay, so we can apply it to every value in the column by using for loops. So for loops, I'm using that because for loops can iterate through every value of the field fecal, see if it falls into a certain category with the if statements, and then it creates a column for the different fecal categories. And that's why we're using for loops, because we need to iterate and apply this if statement on every value or every row of that fecal score. Okay, so what is a for loop? I am just going to open the slides. And a for loop is used for iterating over a sequence that is either a list, a tuple, a dictionary, a set, or a string. And this is less like the for keyword in the other programming languages. So if you have used for loops before, they do come up in other programming languages. But it does, in Python, it works more like an iterator method because it's an object-oriented programming languages. So what they're saying here is that it's not as similar as other programs. It works in an iterative way, which I will show you. And with a for loop, what we can do is we can execute a set of statements, one for each item, in a list, tuple, set, and in our specific example, a row, value, or a field. Okay, so that is a for loop. So let's work on some examples. So I'm just going to comment on a new line and say for loops. And let's do a fruit example. So let's say fruits is equal to apple, pear, banana. Okay, and now we're going to introduce a for loop. So we're going to say for. That's how you introduce the for loops. We're going to say x. You can use any variable character. But we're going to say for x in fruits. And what this means is it's saying for every item in fruits. Okay. And I'm just going to say print x. So just remember your colon. And you know, as soon as there's a colon, it's a statement. And Python will indent. And I want you to run this. So make sure you select the fruits and the for statement and run the selection. Okay. So you can see now it prints apple, pear, and banana. All right. So x over here in this case is that x is a variable, and the variable is changes, or it iterates, right? So at the start of the for loop, we're saying Python for x in fruits. So we're saying start at this position, or start at position 0, which is apple. X becomes apple, all right? So now whenever we see x here, it is actually apple. All right, so Python knows, okay, so we're starting off with apple, and I'm going to print apple, and it does it. It prints apple. Then it moves on, and then, because Python knows that this is still not over. It knows the length of fruits, and it knows which one it's done currently. So it's done apple, it's printed it. It then moves on to pear, right? And now X is pear, and it prints pear. And then moves on to banana. So now X is banana, and it prints banana, right? This seems like it comes all at once, but it doesn't. It's actually a loop, and it starts, Python does it one by one. Then we can also actually do other things. So let's just add one more column, or one more item. So let's just say cherry. And let's also do some other calculations in here. So let's just say y is equal to x plus quotation mark and let's say space. So inside the quotation mark, make sure you say space fruit. Okay. And then let's do a print y. And let's run this. Okay, interesting. So now Python does the same thing. So Python knows, okay, this is a for statement. I need to loop. So I'm going to start off with the first item, which is apple, and it goes through its list. Okay, I need to print apple. I'm going to print apple. All right, and now there's a calculation here where I need to have apple, which is X, plus fruit. And I need to print that, okay, because this is y, and now we're saying print y. So it does that. It says apple space fruit. Once it's done, it knows it needs to move on to pear. So it moves on to pear. And it goes to, okay, it goes through and it says, okay, I need to print pear. And it prints pear. Then it says, okay, I need to print y. What is y? So y is x, which is pear, plus fruit. And it prints that. Okay, and then you can also see it also prints the cherry, which we've added as well. Okay. Right, and then you can also do loops based on position instead of, so here they were just items or values. We can also do loops based on position. So we can say something like for x in a range, open brackets, let's do 0, 3 and colon. So now we're saying x is in between the range 0, 1, 2, 3. So x can either be 0, x can either be 1, x can either be 2, or x can either be 3. We can say y is equal to fruits x. Okay, so this is fruits here. And now we're saying that x is a number, it's a position. So we're going to print this. We're going to select this and run the selection. Okay. So now you see it doesn't do anything because we need to print. So let's say print y, small case y. Okay. And let's run this. Okay, so it gives us the same thing. So we're saying x is from 0 to 3. So again, it starts off with 0. It says, okay, x is 0. And what am I doing? So I'm solving for y, where y is fruits at a position 0. All right, and fruits at position 0 is apple. So if we do type it into our console, and if we just say fruits, square brackets 0, close square brackets, it's going to give us apple. All right. The next one will be 1. So it's going to do pear. All right, and that's why it printed pear, because fruits at position 1 would be pear. And then position 2 would be banana. Okay, so fruits at position 2 would be banana. It doesn't include the position 3, Okay, so you always sort of add it and then it will include it. Okay, so it actually doesn't go to the last number, it goes to the number just before that. So now that we changed it to 4, let's run this and run the selection. And you see it will include cherry. Okay. All right. Again, similar, we can also do, so we can, for Y, we can do something like that, and we can say space for sale. All right. So, and then it will show you the fruit depending on the position for sale. So let's select that and run it. Okay, and now you can see it says apple for sale, pear for sale, banana, etc. So using this logic, let's actually apply this to our loan data, because it's quite similar to what we're doing. So I want to stay in, let's do a sample. So let's just do maybe the first 10 and see if that works. So let's just say applying for loops to loan data. Okay. Say using first 10. Okay. So let's say for x in range 0 to 10, column. Now what are we going to do? So we can say category is equal to, and I want the actual FICO score, right? So depending on the position, I want the FICO score. So on our console, if we do something like loan data, okay, square brackets, quotation FICO, quotation square brackets, this just pulls up the column of FICO and each score, right? What if we do something like loan data, square brackets, quotation FICO, quotation square brackets, again square brackets, and let's just do 0 square brackets, because ideally what this would do is it would take your FICO column and it will choose the value at index 0. Okay, so we should only see one value. Perfect, that's exactly what we're going to do. So now instead of this, which is 0, and 0 represents the position or the index it's in, can't we use x? Okay, so we're going to say loan data, square brackets, quotation FICO, square brackets, x. Okay, because x is now the position, so x loops through and it changes. It starts off at 0 and it ends off at 10 or 9. And this becomes a position because x is actually a value. And then assuming that we have the category, okay, so let's just say it's 737. We then need to classify this category, right? So if we say enter, we can actually have our if statement, right? So we can say if category is greater than or equal to 300 and category is less than 400, colon, then your cat is equal to very poor. Okay. So, assuming that now category is a number, because let's just say if x, so let's just pick a number. Let's just say x equals 1, all right? So let's do that. So let's just say loan data. So I'm on my console, quotation, FICO, quotation, square brackets, and then square bracket again, and let's say 1, close a square bracket, and let's enter. So FICO is 707. Then it needs to go through this if statement so we can classify it. So if FICO is 707 or category is 707, then 707 doesn't fit into this category, right? This is only between 300 and 400. So let's create another one. All right, we're going to do else if and make sure it's in the same line as if. Now we're going to do category is greater than or equal to 400 and category is less than 600. So colon enter, and we're going to say cat is equal to poor. Okay. Again, we know 707 doesn't reach this category. We've done this before. There's about 4 or 5 categories. So what I've done is I copied this. Okay, I'm going to go to the beginning of the next empty line and let's paste it. So Command or Control V. Okay, so our next category after 400 to 600 is 601 to 660. Right, so I'm just going to change the numbers. So 601 to 660. So I'm changing this here, 601 and 660, and that category is fair. So instead of poor, it will be fair. Let's copy this again. So Command or Control C. Enter. Go to the beginning of the line and paste. Okay, so ideally just make sure this is all in line. Okay, so then after fair, it's between 660 and 700 and it's good. So 660, 700, and it's good. Okay, going to copy that, enter, go to the beginning of the line, paste it, and the last one for just category is greater than 700. Okay, we can remove this, and that category is excellent. Okay. Then finally, our else statement is that if we have a score that doesn't fit in any of the categories, we can say else. Again, make sure it's in line with the rest. Okay, so I added a colon there and enter cat equals unknown. So let's run that now. Okay. So let's look at cat. So cat is a category, and let's see. So it's saying cat is a string, and it's saying the size is 9, but it's just a string. So what's happening? Well, the problem here is that cat is getting rewritten. Okay, so every time there's a new position, every time there's a new x value, the old cat gets rewritten. So what exactly do we do? Well, we need basically Python to append the cat values after it's done with the if statement, right? So it's going to take the if statement, it knows the category, so it knows the category number from this. So from this selection, it will know the category number, right? Example 737. It then goes to the if statement to find what cat that category number belongs to. So 737, where does that belong to? In this case, it's cat is excellent. All right, and then it needs to actually store that cat value. All right, because once it goes to the next x value, all that data is going to be written, or all that data is going to be rewritten, okay, or written over. So to do that, we have an append function, right? And the append function works as we can create a new column and append our cat to it. Okay, so outside the if statement, let's call FecoCat is equal to blank. Okay, we're just going to declare our variable, because if we add it to the statement here, Python's not going to understand because we haven't used it before. Okay, and at the end of the statement, we can say FecoCat dot append open brackets cat. Okay, so what this does is that once Python decides on the cat based on the category number, okay, it ends the if statement, it knows what the cat is, and it writes it to this column called FecoCat, and it appends whatever current cat value there is. Okay, so let's go over this one more time. This is the for loop. It starts off with position 0, and it just goes line by line. So it determines a category, and in this case, our category is, so I'm on my console, alone data, square brackets, quotation, Feco, quotation, square brackets, 0, square brackets, enter. So that's category. So category is 737. Python says, okay, category is 737. Let's start the if statement. Category is not very poor because 737 doesn't occur there. It's not poor. It's not fair. It's not good. The category is excellent. Okay, because 737 is greater than 700. The category is excellent. It's like cool. That's sorted. And now I need to append that category value, the 737, to this column called FecoCat. Great. Now I'm going to move on. Okay, and then it goes to position 1. So position 1, it determines a category number. So let's just check what the category number there is. Feco 0. Not 0, 1. Because it's done with 0, it's moving on to 1. It's 707. Okay. It then goes through your if statement, sees where the category is. So again, the category is excellent. Okay, it goes to FecoCat, and then it appends. So it adds on 707. Oh, sorry, not 707. It adds on excellent. So let's run this now. So I want you to select everything and run. Perfect. Now let's go to cat, and you can see cat is still a string, but let's go to FecoCat. Aha. Now we have FecoCat is a list, and it's correct. Okay, so it's going through each position and it's appending the actual category. Perfect. Alright, so instead of 10 rows, we can actually apply it to a whole data set. So what is the maximum number of rows there? So to do that, we can call the length function. So let's say length equals, and it's len in brackets, lone data. And this just finds the length or the number of rows of your data frame. Okay, so let's select that and run it. Okay, and you can see the length is there, and it's saying there's 9578 rows. Perfect. So what we can do is that instead of using 10, we can just use a variable length. Okay, so instead of 10, we can do length, length. And now what we're saying to Python is you can start off at 0 and you can end off at the length, and the length is 9578. Okay, so let's run this. Okay, let's have a look at FecoCat. Perfect. So FecoCat is a list, and it has the corresponding categories. Awesome. All right, and then we can see FecoCat is a list. We want it as a series. So to do that, and remember a series is a column in a data frame, you can say FecoCat is equal to pd.series and FecoCat. Okay, so we're just telling Python, please convert this into a series. Okay, let's select that and run it. Okay, and then you notice FecoCat is a series. And once that's done, we can finally create our new column on loan data. So loan data, let's call it feco.category is equal to FecoCat. Let's select that and run it. And if we go to loan data and double click on loan data and then scroll to the end, our Feco category will show up. Perfect. Okay, so that is for loops. It's quite important to know how this works, just the thinking method, how Python goes line by line. Okay, one value of x at a time and iterates through. Okay, chooses the end result value of cat, then appends it so that our data is not rewritten, and then goes back to the next value of x and does the same right until the end. Now there is a thing called while loops, which is quite similar to for loops but a different syntax. So I just want to show you how while loops look. Okay, so while loops are, so let's just say I equals 1. And how you introduce a while loop is you say while I is smaller than 10. You can say print I, and then you introduce the next I plus 1. You introduce the next position like that. This is the basic structure of a while loop. So it's quite similar to for loops, except one is that it has while. Okay, it says while I is less than 10, so that means that you're probably iterating 10 times. Print I, and then you move on, right? And then you can see this is how we introduce the next position. We're going to say I equals I, which is, so if I is 0, it will be 0 plus 1, which is 2, and then it goes back. It does the same on position 2. It gets here, then it's going to be I equals 2 plus 1, which is 3. It iterates again, prints I, and which is 3, then moves on to 4, 5, until it reaches 10. Okay, so I'm going to just show you this. So just select that and run. You can see for while loops, it now prints 1 to 9, just like how we were saying. Okay, so quite similar to for loops, just different syntax on how to introduce the new position. Okay, I think I am going to stop here. And in the next lecture, we'll go through handling exceptions to this, and then using some df locks for conditional statements and doing some plots and charts. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a StarFreelancer.
Hi everyone, welcome back. So in the last lecture, we learned all about if statements and for loops. And in this lecture, I want us to cover some handling exceptions and errors, another way to do a conditional statement, and some plots and charts. So let's get to it. Okay, so let's actually think about something that's really important, but sometimes overlooked in programming. What happens when things go wrong? For instance, what happens in this category field if the loan data is not a correct data type? Maybe it comes up as a string instead of a number, this code here will eventually break and it won't even run. Okay, which can be a really major issue. And what we can do is Python has this really neat function called try and accept. And what it does is that it tells Python, hey, try this, and if everything is working, cool. But if something doesn't work, use this specific answer. Okay. So when we do try and accept, all we need to do is tell Python, what should it try? And then if there is an exception, what's the default, what's the output should be. So in this statement here, which is our most recent for loop, I'm going to tell Python to try this if statement. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say try and colon, right? And then if we say enter, we can see that there's an indentation, which basically means that this whole if statement, so from if to else, needs to be one more indent. So select this, so make sure you select ifs, or the else ifs, the else, including the cat. Don't select this line here, which is a FICO cat.append.cat, and have a tab. So press tab. Okay, perfect. So what we're saying here is that we're telling Python, hey, please can you try out this if statement? If there's an error, so maybe, category is incorrect. Maybe it comes up as, this random string, and obviously all of this should be numbers. Then try that, and if that doesn't work, okay, and then I want you to go to the same line as where try is. You're going to say accept. And again, you're going to say cat is equal to unknown. Okay. So let's try it out actually. So what we're going to do is I want you to copy this and let's paste it down here. Let's just make a comment here just by your new paste and say testing error. Okay. And let's remove all the try. So remove try and remove accept. And then we need to change this indent, okay? So select the if statement and go shift and tab. And it should move it one back. If it doesn't, you can use the indent and unindent here. So if you go to edit, you can do unindent and indent. Okay. And let's change category. Let's make it a string. So instead of this here, because it's a test, let's just say category is red. And let's see what happens. So let's just run this for statement. Okay, so just select, I think from the FICO.cat append to the length, just select that and run this. Okay, so you can see there's an error and it's saying that, hey, category is a string and it should actually be an integer because these are all integers, right? It can't compare red and tell us if it's between 300 and 400 because red is nothing, red's not a category. Okay, now let's add a try and accept. So again, just for practice, I'm going to say try. Okay. Select your if statement and you can say edit and say indent, or you can tab it like we did before. Okay, and at the end of the if statement, enter and backspace, backspace until you get to same line as where try is and do an accept, colon, enter. And we're going to say cat equals, instead of in unknown, let's say error. Error dash unknown. Okay. And now let's do it. So let's select everything. Okay. And let's run it. And now it runs. And let's have a look at FecoCat. So if we double click on it, now you can see it's saying everything is an error. Okay, but it still runs. So this helps it helps because if there is just one error, somewhere in our list of values, the statement will still continue. Okay, which is important. All right. Let's get rid of this whole testing error thing. So I'm just going to delete it. But we've had our try here and except. So remember to introduce try and except. It's just try colon. And whatever statement you want Python to try out needs to be indented. And then except the same as well. Okay. So that's try and except. And we are also going to probably use it again in the next project. So we'll have a bit more practice with it as well. So don't worry about that. All right. And that is try and accept. Okay. The next thing we want to learn about is df lock. Now, I spoke about another way to do conditional statements instead of if statements, where we need to do, if this, else if, etc. You can use something called df lock. So let's have a look at that. So let's create a comment and let's say df.lock as conditional statements. Okay. So with df lock, you can ideally create a new column based on a certain condition. All right. So the format here would be something like this. So we can do something like df, which is your data frame, lock in brackets, and maybe your df, and in another brackets your column name. Okay, and then you do some sort of condition. Comma, and a new column name. Okay, is equal to, and then like the value if the condition is met. Okay. So what it's doing is that basically it is telling us that for a specific column, we're going to give that column a condition and it's going to create a new column name. And if that condition is met, what is that value? Okay, so let's apply it. I know the format is a bit hard to understand like this, but let's apply it. So let's just say for interest rates, a new column is wanted. Okay. If the rate is greater than 0.12, then high, else if it's less than 0.12, then it's a low interest rate. Okay, so we want a new column where if the interest rate in our loan data column is greater than 0.12 or greater than 12%, the new column must say it's a high interest rate. Otherwise, if it's less than 12%, the new column will say it's a low interest rate. Okay, so how do we do that with df lock? Right, so we want the loan data. Okay, so that's our data frame. We're going to .lock it. All right, and now what is our, I'm just going to put some space in between here. What is our column? So our column is the loan data, and it's the interest rate column, right? So square brackets, quotation marks, and just want to double check. I'm on my console again. I'm doing the loan data.info. So I'm just writing that out. Okay, so I did loan data.info just to get the column name. There it is, interest rate. Okay, so I want interest rate. So I'm just copying that and I'm pasting it here. Okay. And the condition is I want if this, so if interest rate, so if this column is greater than 0.12, create a new column. And the new column will be int rate type. All right. Okay. Oops. So from loan data, we want the interest rate. If it's greater than 0.12, create a new column called interest rate type. What would be the value in this column? Right. So we're going to say is equal to, and quotation marks, and we're going to say high. Okay. Let's run this and see what happens. So select this and click run. And let's go to loan data and double click it. Okay, and let's just look for interest rate type. There we go. And you can see that on cases where your interest rate is 12%, so let's just have a look here. So we're saying this is high, so let's just follow this. For interest rate, you can see that this is 13% or 0.13. Okay. Okay, I want you to copy this with just this line. Enter and paste it here. All right, and if the interest rate is less than or equal to 0.12, okay, still going to keep this interest rate type column, but instead of high, it will be low. Okay, and then let's just select them together and run the cell. Okay, let's have a look. All right, and let's scroll. Okay, there you go. Perfect. And that's just another way we can do a conditional statement as well. So we could have done this for the categories as well. But I just wanted for you guys to understand how to do for loops. But it is possible to do this here and apply it the same like how we did for the fecal category. Okay. And then the last section I actually wanted to go through is plots and charts on Python. So we are just going to play around with some plots. And to do this, we actually need to install and import something called Matplotlib, which is just a library for plotting on Python, and then we can start plotting. So let's do that quickly. So let's just install that. So I want you, if you're on Windows, to go to your Anaconda or Conda prompt. Make sure you run it as an administrator and open that up. And if you're on Mac, go to Terminal. Okay. Okay, and once you are in the prompt or terminal, I want you to type pip space install, and it will be Matplotlib, and enter. Okay. So once that's installed, let's close that, and we are going to scroll up. And where libraries are, let's import it. So let us import Matplotlib. Now we're going to use only one function in Matplotlib, which is called pyplot. So do matplotlib.pyplot and as plt. Right. And then let's just select that and run it. Okay, so one of the plots I'd actually like to see is the fecal category, which is that category column that we just created, by number of loans. So how many borrowers, belong to a certain fecal category, and how many loans are there? So how many borrowers belong to the good category, how many belong to the very poor category, etc. Right? And to do that, we can use two functions. To get that sort of calculation, we use the Python group by function to group the data based on the category, and then size works out the row count. Because remember, I did mention in the loan data that one row represents one borrower. So to find out the number of borrowers or the number of loans per category, we can just do a row count. Okay. So let us start a comment, and let's say number of loans or rows by FICO category. Okay. So let's just say, let's call it catplot is equal to loan data, and we're going to use a function called group by. Okay, and group by just decides what level we should group our data by. Okay, and group by, like I said, I wanted to do the fecal category, so let's do that. So round brackets, square brackets, like that, quotation marks, and the name of the field is fecal.category. So that there. Okay, and make sure you paste it in between the quotation marks, like that. Dot size. And open brackets and square brackets, close brackets, sorry. So all that it's saying is that from your loan data, I want you to group by fecal category, okay? So that's how you're going to group it, and count the number of rows. That's what size represents, the number of rows. Okay, you can see that when we have new variables, size will represent number of rows. Okay, so I want you to select that and run. Okay, let's have a look at what catplot is saying. Okay, if we double click on catplot, okay, perfect. So it has our fecal category and it counts how many rows. So it's saying that 5,357 rows have an excellent fecal category, 489 have a fair, and then 3,732 have a good category. Okay, so group by, you can actually choose any sort of column you want to do a group by. So if we want to do it by purpose, we can as well. So why don't you try it out with purpose? So I'll pause the video, try to do a group by purpose and get the row count. Hi, welcome back. Okay, so I asked you to do exactly the same thing with purpose, and you would have got something like this. So whatever name you had, and you would have said a group by of your loan data by the column purpose, and you want the row count or the size. Okay, and if you run this, you would have got the purpose count show up as your variable, and if you double click it, it would have given you the counts by purpose. Okay. Okay, so to do a plot of this is quite easy. So let's just do the cat plot first. Right, so what we can do is we can say cat plot. So I want a plot of our categories, dot plot, dot bar. Okay, it's a bar because your fecal category is a discrete variable. Okay, it's not continuous. You can't join good, fair, and poor to another. It's not like a date. Right, and then Once you're done with catplot.plot.bar, you can say plt.show. Okay, so if you remember, plt is the function that we brought from Matplotlib. So I'm just scrolling up to the libraries, and that's the plotting function. Okay, we're just saying, please plot a bar chart of our catplot table that we created and show it. So select it and let's run it. Okay, then you can see it says something like figures now render in the plots pane by default. So let's have a look at the plots pane. So I want you to, instead of variable explorer, go to your plots, and this is it. Okay, so this is the graph. We're not going to go into too much detail with the graphs, because obviously we're going to use Tableau in a little bit, and Tableau is just so much more better when it comes to drawing up graphs, etc. I just wanted to show you how it's done on Python. So we're not going to touch on it too much or in detail. Data analysts generally use specific visualization tools like Python or Power BI to create better plots. Okay, and then you can also do things like change the color of your chart. So let's just say if we want maybe green. Okay, so where it says catplot.plot.bar, it's quite easy to change the color. So you just say color is equal to green. Okay, and let's select that and run it. Okay, and now you can see the color has been changed to green. And then you can also play around with the width of the bars as well. So the same one, we're going to say color equals green, comma, space, width equals 0.1. Okay, and select that and run it. Okay, and from this graph, well, we can see that the width changed, but the most important thing is that we can see that most borrowers are actually excellent or good. They have good or excellent credit scores. Only a few have fair, and that's it. No one has any poor credit scores, which is good. Okay. Now I want you to pause the video and I want you to create a plot for purpose. So exactly the same, like how we did peak or category. Create one for purpose, and I'll see you on the flip side. Okay, welcome back. So for the purpose count plot, you would have done the same thing. So for purpose count, we would have said purpose count.plot.bar. And then, I don't know if you did include this, but I chose a red color with a width of 0.2. And then the plot.show, and it gave me this. Okay, so you would have had something similar. Right, and I just want to touch on scatter plots as well. So let's just create a comment and say scatter plots. Okay, and with scatter plots you need an X and a Y values or variables, right? So what I want to have a look at is maybe the annual income of a person and their debt to income ratio, or the DTI. Okay, I want to see is, you know, if you have a high income or a high annual income, is your DTI low? Is your debt to income ratio low? That means that you don't have much debt because, you know, you are earning quite a lot. Or does that even matter? So let's create scatter plots. So my X point is going to be, like I said, the loan data. And it will be annual income. So I just want to see the column. So loan data.info on my console. And it's just annual income. Okay. So that's my X point. And then my Y point is loan data, and it'll be DTI. Okay. So for scatter plot, I'm going to say plt.scatter. Okay. And we're going to say x point, comma, y point. And then again, as always, plt.show. Okay, so x point is annual income, the y point is DTI, and I want a scatter of our x and y point. So quite simple. Okay, make sure you have opening and closing brackets there as well. And let's select that and run it. Okay. Right. So what this shows is that our x points and y points are actually split. They are swapped. So this is, I can see this is your DTI and this is your annual income. So I want your annual income here on my y-axis and my DTI on my left. So I'm just going to change the variables here. So instead of x point, this is going to be y point. And then x point here. Okay. And let's select that and run it. Okay, better. All right, so this is your DTI and this is your income. It's times 10 to the 6. That's why it's just like 2.01.75. But what we can see here is that the higher your income, the less your DTI. So the less debt you have, which is what I was thinking as well. So your high income, you do have quite less debt. But most of the income is around this range, is from 0 to 250,000, which is interesting. Okay, again for scatters, if you want to change the color, so I'm here, and let's just say instead of y point, just put a comma after y point, and color equals red, like that. And you can run it. Okay, and it gives you the red color. I mistakenly ran everything. Just remember to run by selection. And instead of red, you can also add a hex color. So for example, a hex can be, instead of red, let's do hash 4CA F50. And let's check that out. So select that and run the selection. And you can see it changes to a specific green. Okay, awesome. All right, finally to end this off, because we are done, we've done our data cleaning, and I think it's ready to go to the Tableau stage, which happens a bit later on. But let's just write this data to a CSV. So we're going to go to Variable Explorer. So we are going to write loan data in to a CSV. So let's create a comment saying writing to CSV. And remember, like the last project, it will save this file in our working directory, okay, which is on top. Right, so we're going to say loan data.to CSV, open brackets, and let's call it loan cleaned.csv. And I actually do want the index because there's no unique ID here. So if we open this, which doesn't seem to be open, here we go. There's no unique ID here, so it's actually quite nice that we can use this index as a unique ID. So where it says loan clean.csv, comma, and we're going to say index is equal to true, capital T. Right, and select this and let's run it. Awesome, so let's have a look if it's showing up in our working directory. Okay, so I'm in my working directory and there is loan cleaned. It's showing up. Perfect. Cool, that is where we're going to end for this project, which is really awesome. And in the next project, we are going to do some sentiment analysis using some news data. So I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next project. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. Okay, so for Bluebank, before we move on to the next project, let's just close off this project and run our full script. Okay, so make sure that the variable explorer is cleared. Okay, and let's run it. So once you're ready, click the green arrow to run the whole file. Okay, awesome. So this here runs perfectly. There's no errors. So I think we're good to go and we can move on. So just make sure you save your file. And we can move on to the next project. See you then. Bye.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Star Freelancer.